Sorry about that, I was reading something that kind of had me laughing. And then when I looked up, I noticed the stream crashed. So I'm not sure what it'll look like in the Twitch VOD, but I'll remove that from the YouTube for sure. So hopefully things will be okay today. Had a couple of weird incidents, PSO related. Not entirely sure what is going on. Not sure if chat has had something similar happen, not for PSO specifically, but just like all your screens go black, and then it like takes a moment to think about it. I can see like each of the individual windows. Very strange though. I feel like it's only really happened with PSO, but who knows. I think it's good to go now though, so that's always good. Why don't we jump to the game? There we go. the bot at least restreamed what the stream title is. So I feel like today we're just going to focus on playing different Newman characters. Yesterday we did, or not yesterday, the day before we did casts. So today, focus on a different race. See how it goes. We should be pretty much good to go. This Tales of Ephinea. My bad. Wrong scene. So let's go ahead and get started. I am just deciding what order to do some of these quests. So I wrote down a couple of quests yesterday when I was playing, because I did play yesterday, just not on stream. And there's a couple I want to show, but I think I'm going to wait for a couple people to show up. Oh yeah, that's right, I do have a white ID force. Ooh, this complicates things. I'm like, processing, okay. She's pink ID. Got it. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, that's gonna complicate matters a little bit, because I have 5 quests written down, but I have more than that in terms of Newmans. So I'll think about it, chat. The pink ID is pretty straightforward. There's a couple of different quests I could do that benefit the pink ID, and I think show off this character's bonuses. So as we wait for people to trickle in, I think what I'm gonna do is just do a casual episode 4. Ooh, do I want to commit to a Super Gertabulu quest? I might wait for friends on that one. I thought about it, I'm like, I don't know about that. Chat. But hey, at least I could try to take advantage of this. It would be an easy quest that is not Christmas Fiasco. That has so many enemies. Wait a minute, hold on, is this... Oh, okay, well, I want to do this quest on stream for sure. Well, there's the +1 I was looking for. But I want something that doesn't involve killing 21 of those. So we will try just something short and sweet for this character. Well, I'm just gonna go ahead and enter ye old random game name, because I care not for this. We're just doing a solo run. It looks like I am finally getting some rare bonus. That's always a good feeling. Speaking of which, what is today's forecast? You can see I loaded in at 151%. Hunters, humans, and females. Well, that's unfortunate, because there are no Newman humans, so I'll never get the full bonus. I mean, it's self-evident, but I figured I'd state it. Let's see. I think I want to do... Which one did that say? Sorry, 1 second, chat. Number 5. Okay. I'll try everything once, just to see what it's like. Yeah, there's a couple of quests I recommend for Gertabulus. We'll probably be doing those at some point once we have more people, for sure. There might be 1 or 2 people joining me on my quest to get rares and or presents. It's another one of the time limit quests. What a shame. I tend not to enjoy those as much. I feel like a lot of the levels are based off of having a 4-man party. I could sort of do it in multiplayer, or single player, but my defense is a little low to go far in this quest. But I think what I'm going to do after this quest expires, I'm just going to do another quest. Just to show off this character a little more. Maybe get some XP. You know, I don't need that much to level, honestly speaking. The same kind of strategy applies, I think, across most missions. If an enemy's really far away, just get Bowie spam. They lost so much health just attempting to reach me. In fact, several of them died. In fact, all the Mercies died. The ones that I'm really scared of. Nice. Nice and simple, chat. Easy peasy. Are we gonna clear the quest? No way. Not with the character this low level. Maybe if she had like another 60 levels. Weirdly, I'm actually missing defense and damage. Case in point, I debuffed the enemies, I still lost half health. It's crazy. Little extreme. Being a little extreme. Well, I'm still using a protect frame. I should fix that. So definitely we're gonna do a different quest for this character. But this time with more defense. But I guess this gives a good indication of how much armor will make a difference. We'll consider this the before, I suppose. Just go with the flow. Yeah, this character is pretty horrendously underleveled. What a shame. But hey, it's the chat created character. You gotta give it some love. Ooh, I got double hit there. That was unfortunate. Insta-death. Let me sort my items real quick. That's actually also bothering me. Much better. This is gonna help me here. I'll switch to that for more damage and defense. I should probably just be using a Heavenly Body, because 222 base defense is absolutely atrocious. You never want to do this quest with this low defense. To give you an idea, I think this character's max defense is 380, so I'm extremely far off from capping. Considering she might only get 1 or 2 defensive level, it's pretty bad. But hey, get there eventually. I guess that's the point of PSL. You're not supposed to technically go straight to the end. Even though we kinda did with this character. Just don't tell anybody I've only been playing for like 7 hours with this character and she's 92. It's very fair. Hey, this should level us. Nice, it did. 5 attack power. That is the most attack I think she will ever gain, and that's kinda silly. Also, that is not my grants button, as I found out. That's my grants button. One day, I will sync up all my forces to use the same spell slot schemas. I thought I did, but apparently not. But hey, I guess we could talk a little bit about Newmans and why I like them for the most part. So, I always like this character even though she's not like the most optimal character around. Oh hey, flip on drop. And the reason I like it is because she just has a lot of raw base MST, which is pretty good for forces, especially if you're a starting force. That's always nice to have. But one other thing that they're good with, well, not good with, but one thing that they have as a characteristic, if I stand still, I regen a little bit of TP. They kind of go with the concept of, I'm pretty much going to be a full-time mage. People that pick these characters don't always melee, and with this character, it's very hard to melee. She also has the lowest attack power in the game. Wow, I took off the cure paralysis and I got hit by a paralysis trap. That is terrible luck. Oh hey, one of the Gertigulu I'm looking for. That's good. I at least get to see it in the quest. So her benefits, she shares this I think also with the human female force, the Fomoral, is that she's able to cast faster if she holds a wand in her hand. The males cast faster if they are unarmed. So there are a lot of scenarios where I would want the bonus of the wand, but I would say overall, I think the males have it better, to be honest with you. Also, this Gertigulu constantly pulling me into the same pit is awful. What a cruel, cruel quest. Who designed this, chat? I'm literally just getting looped into that pit over and over. Please stop. Can this catch me? Wait, can, but I don't have a good enough range. I mean, he could pull me from here, but I can't target him? Oh no, that's a problem. Hey Chris, you're doing well. I'm getting absolutely trolled. I don't think I'm gonna be able to kill this Gertabulu. This is pretty bad. He's pulling me uphill, which I'm not used to seeing. Alright, can I please go sideways to the pit? No? No, we're just going back in the circle again? Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. I'm no longer playing the game. I'm playing the Gertabulu's game. Such a shame. So the downside is that because this enemy is just gonna pull me repeatedly, I'm still being pulled, please stop, is that I'm not able to stand still and cast. Because if I do that, I'm just gonna end up in the pit again. Pretty brutal. Terrible luck to get double shock like that. Terrible luck. Oh boy. We did all that just for... That didn't even end the room? Wow. What a quest, chat. Well, I can see why I don't do this quest normally, so I think I'm gonna skip all of the ones of this name. I was just curious. But yeah, I don't appreciate the Gertabulu pulling me into the pit. Oh boy. Speaking of which... There was another trap there. Wow, what a room. What do you think, Chris? Best room of the year right here? Do you like the stacking lasers or the traps? Which do you like more about this room? Let me know. Oh, I'm finally free. Okay, I get a turn. Thank you, game. Invincibility? Yeah, invincibility. Okay, I get to play the game. It's always good when you get to play the game, chat. It's an important quality of winning in PSO is playing the game. I think I was on a long tangent away from what are the benefits of the Newman, because this room was just something else. So I feel like her other qualification factor is that she has probably the highest base MST as well as good MST growth. So again, if I'm playing with rather vanilla characters, I could get to the higher techniques a lot faster if I happen to find them. The downside is her accuracy, much like all Newmans, even though they have a generally higher accuracy than their human counterparts, actually usually requires an item in order to cap, and it feels pretty bad most of the time. I don't really like that decision. It's much easier to raise or lower mind or power. It is incredibly difficult to raise accuracy. So in the end, they basically had to come out with an item that fixes that issue with them. It was just so impossible to max their stats before, which is very unfortunate. Also a side effect of the dex on the mag being halved. If it was 1-to-1, that also would have fixed a lot of issues that character would have had. That's unfortunate. Wow, that was a 2-minute time extension. Crazy. This room is definitely a gift. Speaking of gift... there... Look, the pickle warp? Oh man, this quest is showing it all. What was the point of this room? I picked the right path? I just leave? Is that what happened? I see gel in 26, but I'm not interested. What was the purpose of this room? Okay. I guess that might be the true exit. That's fine. Craziness, chat. So we'll play one more with Dumpling, and then we'll talk about the other characters as we select them. I probably want to unequip her magical piece. Not because I don't plan on playing with her again in the future, but because I know a lot of my other forces don't have that. That will save me a big headache if I just take it off the first character I play as. One day I will have more magical pieces. Today is not that day, though. Yeah, we're just gonna do some simple cleanup now that Chris is here. Pink ID. What would be good for Pink ID? That's a good show off of Fiasco. Chris wants episode 4. We'll do episode 1 Christmas Fiasco at some point, but I don't think with Pink ID. Kinda ease into it. I think we'll do mostly episode 4 quests to start, and then we'll probably end with another Christmas Fiasco, if I had to guess. Now, unfortunately, I did have another idea for how to show off the Newmans specifically. and I wasn't able to get it to work prior to the stream. I spent like a good hour and a half, chat. I really, really tried. It did not work. I was trying to see if I could get this game to behave, to act as like the second input so that I could play 2 games at once. Because I wanted to show off like a basically autopilot, haha funny quest you could do. Just to show like how easy it is that I could just play another game during it. But unfortunately, I couldn't figure out how to split the inputs correctly. I'll maybe show off that quest another time. I want to save it for something special if I can't show that off today. I know. I had everything set up. Such a shame. I don't want that to go to waste. So, on the plus side, Streets of Rage Remake fits a little better to the stream scene. So, I'm not going to say it was entirely wasted. So, when we go to play that game eventually, that'll take advantage of the new formatting. I guess the other thing I didn't really talk about in terms of what her actual bonuses are, because forces are different between each other. She has bonuses to simple techniques. I don't really want to use any in this particular quest. Like, the biggest candidate would probably be the Zoo, as she does very high ice damage, but unfortunately, this character is not set up to do ice damage. It's not worth it at the moment. I think I'll just let myself slide into the abyss. I think it's fine. We'll just take a little nap. Goodbye, us, chat. We'll let it time out. It's fine. MAE GDV is found parasitic gene flow. Oh, ew. Episode 2. I just read it and I know. What a shame. Can this character even survive a Christmas fiasco? I'm thinking no. There's something more sane, I would say, in terms of choices. Wow, that looks like it could be a long quest, but it looks fun. We'll do that at some point. Oh, that's an event quest. I can't do that one. That's such a shame. But anyway, Chris, if you'd like to join in, let me know. Otherwise, I'll pick a different quest. One that's more manageable, I would say. The note to self, do not do sweep up operation. / the mop up operations. Yeah, because she can't make it to the maximum attack 4C for her to Bulu. That's such a shame. But nothing really stops me from fighting zoos, I guess. That would be the backup. Just kill lots of giant birds. Oh, Warrior's Pride side story is pretty good. I think I showed that off on stream before. That's a good way to level, actually. You'll join, you just need 5 minutes? Sure thing. Then I will create a game. I'm gonna say, if anybody wants to join in, technically, if you guys play PSO, just let me know. I'll be playing stronger characters after this. I'm mostly just messing around. So I actually have one gift I'm gonna give to Chris early. Before Christmas, because I think it'll help him. Get rid of all of that. Restock all my fluids. Perfect. And, will we be able to take advantage of the single target effects? Maybe. Do I have any spare summit moons in my bank arbitrarily? Oh, here's my Fire Scepter. I was looking for this earlier. I put it on this character. I was wondering, Chad. I even mentioned to Chris, I'm like, I know I have them. Somebody has them. I need to put this in my share bank for sure. But what I wanted to do... Let's see. Oh, she could teach herself Megid. Oh, and she could use the Gabarda. You know what? I'll consume the Gabarda. Jellin level 30. You know what? I use this character. I might as well buff her. Now, I believe we picked up a 4-slot frame last time, so let's at least upgrade ourselves there. Now, one thing I want to do, if I can find it, did not see it, although it doesn't help I have the item reader in the way. I am looking for something called Slicer Fanatic. My eyes are just not seeing it. There it is. So I managed to pick one up with Hit, and this is a fantastic addition to basically any hunter that's looking to deal with episode 4. Or even rangers to some extent. It's a pretty good item. So it's a little hard to see just how much we would gain from swapping to this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to unequip all of these so you can see the difference. Yeah, that's a lot of extra defense I could have used. For sure, I want that back on the character. I'll stack all of the heavenlies together. I just like how that looks visually speaking. So she's doing a little better defensively. She's still gonna get hit like a truck and die, but at least I can take amusement from it. Let's go ahead and put away the photon drop, which is actually a really good drop for me. I don't really want that much else from this. I guess I could deposit the protect fan. Let's see, anything else worth taking out for Chris while we're here? I have 71 coal. I know what I want to do with that later. Today is not the day I want to do anything with it. Oh, interesting. I do have an amplifier over Foe. Huh. I might actually make a new shield for myself on stream. I was thinking about it the other day. I was like, do I have an amplifier over Barter over Foe? I'd love to use those more, but I don't have enough of a damage bonus to take advantage of it. And that also solves my problem. Interesting. I'm just kind of viewing my techniques as I wait for Chris. Let's see. Man, that anti-light ring gives so much defense, excuse me? Wow. That's actually almost worth it. Huh. Might actually have her wear secret gear and only switch to 3 seals versus the birds. Like, obviously, it doesn't give as good resistances or the Razan bonus, but honestly, that defense might be mandatory. I might need that. Because otherwise I'm going to take too much damage. It's a very weird feeling to unequip the 3 seals for sure. Oh, goals. There we go. What can we show off as we wait? Well, we could sort the inventory. That's my favorite thing to do. I just realized I only have 3 soul atomizers. Let's go fix that. Trimates I don't really care about. This character's health total is too low for me to worry about them. And technically, I don't even need to carry them at all, but it is what it is. So I guess plotting ahead, I could gamble. You know what, we'll gamble once on stream. If I mention gambling, this is what I end up doing. Foe level 1. What an absolutely terrible draw. Rest in peace, 100,000 Asada, not worth it. Oh boy. There are certain days you should probably gamble since it changes daily. What episode? Oh, we're doing episode 4. We're probably just gonna do like a surface quest or something simple. Yeah, I'll just pick a simple quest. I'll save the harder quests for characters that have more than 800 health. Yeah, I'll be playing Force pretty much the whole time. So if you want to bring in a cast, if you want to bring in Hunter versus Ranger, go for it. Or if you just want to play Force in here, I mean, there's really no downside. But just know that that option is available. Now, normally playing without any sort of Force in this episode is pretty bad, but I'll be doing some Force support. Make life a little easier. Sounds like Chris is in the process of logging in. Is there anything I really want to change before I go there? All my simple spells are on my control menu. Okay. How's my mag looking? Like a pure mind mag, not suited for the character and only used to gain techniques? Yeah, that looks about right. That looks about right. I'll probably unequip her, as I said before, when we're done with the quest. So I think the other force doesn't have anything. I think I gave his stuff to her. So either way, we'll be fine. I guess while we're here, we can take a look at some of the choices. Ooh, a Halloween quest. I didn't even consider that. That actually piques my interest. Maybe I'll do that. That's actually good XP. The rare rate up. I'll try it once. I spare Halloween cookies. I don't even remember if we showed this off during Halloween. That'll be a Christmas Halloween. I know, that's actually perfect. This is joining, nice. We're gonna go ahead and take out one of our 5 remaining Halloween cookies. So I have a present for you, Chris. There you go. Enjoy the enhanced slicer fanatic. You have to let us know what the accuracy difference is between the two. As in, like, when you go to aim it, like, the second hit, if it goes from, like, heavy to special, or what that final special hit percentage is. Because he also has the thing that calculates the accuracy. Yeah, let's try Hollow Wasteland Wilderness, because why not? Why not, Chad? New quests. Ooh, that rare bonus drop rate. Ooh, for the XP. Love it. So I believe we just have to talk to the soldier here and bribe him, and he'll let us get in. It is very grayscale. I'm gonna hand over the cookie. Now it's accessible. I have a feeling I'm about to get dunked on, but there's not too much I could do about that. Actually, there is one thing I could do. Oh, Chris already went in. Well, oh well, never mind. We can't do that then. We gotta help him. Ooh, a custom quest. I don't recognize the music at all. Must be specific to the custom quest. I was actually gonna get myself some HP materials, so we'll see if I have enough health to survive Dwarfon. This will be a fun experience for everybody, chat. Will I survive? If I'm not at full health, the answer is no. The answer is if I'm at full health, maybe. I forget the set damage, if it's 720 or 820. I don't think it's 900. Now, I must say, for trying to determine what spell to use on the Buddhas, purely through visuals, definitely much harder in this quest, because it's hard to see that these are the purple Buddhas, which are weak to ice. Ah, the lightning Buddhas. Oh no, the fire is real. Get off me. Easy, easy. That is a lot of XP. 1,000 a kill. I'm gonna say, I know there's purple ones in the wave somewhere. Let's make life easier for Chris by stun locking them with freeze. Kill out the basic Buddhas with some fireballs. Debuff them, make sure they don't hit Chris. So I think one is just all by its lonesome. Nice, I leveled. Odds of surviving slowly going up. I like the extra defense. I think the secret gear is paying off. I'm only losing half health when I get hit. Yay! Hello, Dwarfon. The plus side of having so much raw MST is that my Grants does hit for a lot of damage. Hey, I didn't die. That's the important thing. It did 720. Well, if it charges me, it's dead. I might as well stack the Foe here. It dropped heavenly HP? Okay, I mean, who am I to say no to that? This is like the only character I would use it on. But hey, chat, maybe I'll give it away to one of you. I don't really need that many. I only really need 2 at any given moment at most. Not bad. Kinda liking the bonus XP here. Easy quest. XP rate is 178 experience a second, which is absolutely crazy. I want to say TTF on a good day might give you 90. This is more useful to do, I would say, when there aren't any good bonuses. If this was during the actual Christmas Day bonuses, I would not do it, but this 150% rare, fine. You can take advantage of that while doing this. Yeah, funky music. Let's keep it simple, some Gafoe spam to make sure enemies immediately get hit and are dissuaded from lasers. Oh, that didn't knock me down. That did a ton of damage. A little scary. That knocked me down, and that was scary. I think Secret Gear is the only reason I haven't died yet. I'm pretty sure in multiplayer. Ooh, Buddhas. Pretty sure that's lightning, yeah. I guess if Chris wanted to be power leveled, I think it's also technically happening right now. Yeah, really solid XP. Over 200 XP a second currently. That's crazy. Considering I only need like 50,000 to level, that's kind of insane. So I am very likely to level again during this quest. Already 64% of the way to the next level. Speaking of which, Mega Mag invincibility. It's gonna take you to the next level with the Mag Blast. Not allowed. No fun allowed. My Gafoe stopped them from doing anything there. I like that. Good use. Rappy's in my face. Don't appreciate that. I'm very surprised that didn't kill me, but we'll take a chat. Love my mag doing its little dance to let me know it's giving me mag invincibility. So I have nothing to worry about for a few seconds. Now that is the other final secret bonus of this character. Because her health and defense are so bad, more often than not you can manipulate your equipment so that you will barely survive after you get struck. And that sounds like a terrible thing. That like you're so close to death all the time, why would you want to do that? Well, the reason would be is that if I get reduced to I think 15% health or less, it could potentially trigger mag invincibility. And that means I don't get hit at all, which is amazing and much better than having it like I only live at 35% versus 15%. I'll take the mag invincibility for 30 seconds all day. In fact, I miss that when I play higher level characters. It's much harder to manipulate at high levels, if it's even possible. Really just depends on the character. Like this character I can manipulate forever. Like I can remove the heavenly HP at some point. Speaking of which, leveled up again, nice. 6 MST, 2 defense. So I would just say roughly the ratio is like every 4.5 MST is a damage point for spell usage. So every level will basically be a spell, maybe a bit more. And given that I'm leveling kind of quickly, that will add up pretty fast as well. And I will take that full TP restore as well from that level up. Nice. Barda paused the bird in the air. Even though it looks like it's a ground-based spell, in fact, it indeed hits all the way up to the ceiling. Little silly when you look at its actual hitbox. Oh boy, I think I'm gonna have to panic Mag Blast in a moment. I'm in a bad scenario. I'm in a really bad scenario. Oh, I think Chris is freeing me. Freedom attained. Need to heal and walk away. I don't think I can walk away. The giant zoo blocked me in. There we go. I'm out of there. At least I gave Chris free reign. So in fact, I was the decoy all along. Every enemy just wanted a dumpling. They misunderstood. I'm gonna go ahead and grant a few times here. I think when Chris is done killing the Astart, I'm gonna use the Mag Blast. Once I get up. Oh well. Too much of a stream delay. It's not Chris's fault. Stream delay is real. But hey, at least I can build Mag Blast again, which is very important. Because I actually need that to attain invincibility more often. So I'll never consider that a waste. I just dumped it so I could get invincibility again. Super simple. And given that I think every strike gives me 2 Photon Blasts, I think I'll max it again pretty soon. Not a big deal. Ooh, defense wore off. Let's rebuff. Oh, that's right. This character needs to get better D-band levels. Maybe while playing today we'll come across an upgrade. Also, I'm at 62% again to leveling. That's kind of silly. I've already leveled twice in this quest. We're not even at the end yet. Escape doll in front of me. I think I want that in a second. Now, ideally what I would be doing instead of Magical Piece here is I would have taken an Ice Wand Staff out, and that would have given me another 20% to Rebarda, as I will be spamming this all day long. Plus, that would have also boosted the single target spell, or excuse me, I shouldn't say that because that's misleading. The simple tech spell Barda, even though I mostly use it for single targeting, it could technically multi-hit. And it would have been useful right here. Yeah, I only have Magical Piece. What a shame. I had a feeling Quad Fawn was coming, my favorite formation of Dwarfon, where you just get mixed up on by 4 angry Dwarfons. I have a feeling we're going to be getting Mag Blast very soon, and or we're going to be given Mag Invincibility. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, that's unfortunate. I got tagged very briefly into the charge, but that's why we have Escape Doll.
You're wide open!
Thank you, PH, for the follow. Do appreciate it. Hopefully you are enjoying the mess of things that is occurring here. Halloween quest with a woefully underleveled horse. But I think we'll get a revenge soon enough on this quest. Or quests like it anyway. I imagine this is probably the end of the quest, but if it's not, I'm picking up that Escape Doll. Okay. just a little safety grab, you know. Wow, I'm actually gonna level again. This is crazy. Unfortunately, I don't have time to buff myself. I don't really need the Shifta, but I would really love that D-band. The quad zoo stun lock is such a thing of beauty. Nice. Speaking of which, this is still faster than Grant's and cheaper. I should still use Barda even without the I think it's the ice. I want to say Ice Dragon, but it's more like Dagon. I always think it says Dragon, but it doesn't. Yeah, I needed the Ice Elemental Staff here for sure, or Summit Moon, which would have given me 30% to Barda specifically. Although I think Ice Staff, Dagon / Dagon, I think is better overall because then I don't have to swap for Rebarda, as I am using a ton of Rebarda here. Although now that there's only 2 of them, I can just regular Barda. Easy enough. Hello, Pabudas. Oh, you're the lightning variant. Gotcha. Also, I really need to fix which one's my Grant's button versus the Rathon. They're flip-flop how I'm used to using them, as I've noticed several times now. Oh well, don't have time to change it mid-match. Gotta keep on trucking, chat. Oh, what? Oh, it's even better than Quad Fawn. It's Quintuple Fawn. Hey, I got Mag Blast, but I also have Mag Invincibility. So what I'm gonna do here, chat, is just spam Gafoe, since I think that's the most efficient in terms of DPS. Even if I use regular Foe with Summit Moon, it's not better than hitting 5 Dorfons at once. Now I would say it's questionable whether it would be faster. When it's down to just 2, I think regular Foe is actually still better than Gafoe, just due to how fast it comes out. But hey, I abused that mag invincibility. Look at all that damage we didn't take. We killed 2 Dorfons while invincible. Seems very fair. We're gonna go ahead and try Fluid into Arresta. Keeping in mind that when we do an item buffer like that, it will use it frame 1. I can actually spam 2 different things on it's basically frame 1, frame 2. And hey, the quest is over. Interesting quest. Almost 200,000 XP. Not bad. Yeah, nice and simple, chat. Found a Heavenly Mind. That is a great item for teaching new forces techniques. I never throw that away because I make so many characters. But super glad you got that in case you're trying to level up another force. Just moon atomizers. Don't really care about that. Pick up the tri-fluids though. You know what, my item tip for you, Chad, I don't know if you think about this if you have to play PSO and do this. Whenever you're done with the quest, if you just have like a single Trimate or something dumb in your inventory, it's always just best to use it or throw it away and just pick up like one of the shields instead. You'll always get more money out of it, and very rarely do you actually need the Trimate for its purpose. Obviously, don't do that if you're a hunter or a cast. But if you're a forest, like you just don't care about those kinds of items most of the time. You're like, oh, I have 2 mana fluid left. Just sell the item, chat. It's fine. Get that money back. We cleared the quest. I almost leveled again, which is very silly. Also, somehow I think I went net positive in Scape Dolls. That to me is kind of surprising given the gameplay. But I think what we're gonna do is we're going to lend this equipment to a new character. So we're gonna put that in the bag. And I think I will also put these away. And the rest I will probably sell. What am I doing share space-wise? Ooh, not good. I don't want to use Mega 27 on this character. There's another character I want to use it on later. Yeah, I'm starting to get too many junk armors in here. I'm gonna have to have another character pick up some items. So as I said before, I do want to give away some of these items. So I've already given a gift to Chris, but I mean more specifically, I would just create a random game and mention it in a Discord for this game and just tell people free items, give stuff away. We're not quite at that point yet, but we're getting there. How many materials do we have to give away? Almost max power material. Yeah, I want to give those away. Probably tomorrow. No, tomorrow no, we're not playing it. Friday I'll probably give away some. Let's go ahead and I guess hand in the quest for money and then switch characters. Nice, easy 20,000, not bad. What we're gonna do is I'm just gonna switch over to a Faux Newman who should be white ID and is a much higher level than the character we were just playing. And we're probably just gonna continue with some episode 4. Because I totally forgot I had a white ID just sitting here this whole time. I think I talked to Chris about this before. I was like, man, I wish I had a white ID force. And I'm like, oh, I do. I just don't play them as much as I should. Oops. Let's rectify that. This character's health total is even worse than the other ones. How is that even possible? Ooh. Interesting. So they don't have a mag, and they don't have full slots. So I can use that heavenly HP I just acquired. Interesting. I'll make another episode 4 game for Chris. Game is up, but I'm definitely gonna have to equip some units here. Yeah, I had a feeling this character was stripped barren of items. Wow, they have Cure Paralysis and Cure Freeze? Wow. Okay. I mean, that makes my life easy. Do they have anything interesting in their share bank I should know about? They have a spare Tempest Cloak. Don't really want to use that right now, but that's good. They have spare ad slots? Whoa, okay. Well, I need to move those between streams, as ad slot is a very interesting commodity to have. Let's go ahead and... I guess he could keep one of the heavenly HPs. I don't really care. As long as I have one floating, I think that's good enough. So I have a blue barrier, but I don't have amplifier for Barda. Or Barda. I'll take either or, because both of those I would use for what I have. I'll probably remove my specific kind of joke items out of the inventory. The magical piece. I could technically use Holy Ray, but it's not worth it. I think this is good enough. But I don't think I picked up the mag. Where's the mag? There it is. Easy peasy. I forgot to pick out another item. We'll fix that in a second. But Chris is free to join the game. I believe this should be episode 4. Do I have a spare heavenly body? I don't have a spare heavenly body. Oh no, I have exactly one. Interesting. I thought I had more than that. Somebody must be hoarding them. Somebody is me, I just don't know which character has it. And that kind of fixes the defense. That should be fun. Just sorting some items, no problem. Yeah, the heavenly HP I think is mandatory for us. Without cure, I don't need cure paralysis. I more need cure shock, actually. Do I have a spare one of those? That's one of the ones I almost never put in the share bank. Yeah, I don't think I do. Oh well. I'll make do with what I have. Hello again, Chris. This time I'm using an ignition cloak, and I have an enhancement to Gafoe, so I should be able to do a decent amount of damage. Now the question is, what quest do I want to do with this character that won't be horrendously slow? I'm probably gonna do the Berserk Baton quest, Chris, as well as Spirit Striker with you, but with different forces than these two. Probably with our super forces I'll do that, because those involve bosses at the end. So this is White ID. I guess I could briefly talk about what makes sense to do with the White ID, and that will determine where I go. So on the surface, in terms of episode 4, they have the 13 armor, which is really good for slicers, for very specific ones anyway. Blackhound Krasis, which is good for casts. Heavenly Luck from the Del Rappy and Disco Brave Man are on the surface. Underground, they have a phenomenal collection of items. They have Slicer Fanatic, Ignition Cloak, Lieutenant Mantle, Disco Brave Man, all 4 of which can be seen on basically endgame characters. And if they do happen to fight a boss, if they get the rare episode 4 final boss, they could get a limiter, which is another great item. So I probably want to do something that involves underground, deciding which one would make the most sense. Oh, sorry about the delay, chat. Oh, that one looks a little fun. Oh wait, is this the... I say that, but I'm like, wait. Is this the quest I think it is? Let me think about it. But it does give a... we'll try it, but it might be too brutal for me. We'll see. There's an extermination quest called War of Limits 3. I do want to show it off, as it has a extremely high enemy density. It's probably one of the more fun quests. I just forget if this is the quest with the fire damage or not. If it has the fire damage, I'm in trouble. If it doesn't, then we're good. Also, I forgot to get rid of those other items from my inventory, but you know what? We'll just take them with us for good luck. Okay, so we're gonna hope for not burning death rooms. See how it goes. Sorry, 1 second. There we go. The immediate poison trap. Gotta respect it, chat. Gotta respect it. The game is like, oh, were you pausing to fight an enemy? No, you were pausing to get poisoned. Foolish player. Oh hey, I'm not getting knocked around as badly. Nice. That's a good sign. So that means this character's defense is probably perfect for surface. Well, apparently, there is paralysis traps here. I guess I'm glad I have pure paralysis on. No regrets, chat. Just never take it off when you still don't know what a quest does. So I'll be fine when it comes to that, at least. Not bad enemy spawns. Could be a little better. They're a bit spread out. I'll know if it's the quest I'm thinking of in a little bit. Some of these rooms kind of look the same, slash they reuse them, so it's a little hard for me to tell by the first room. Some quests have a very unique starting room. This one shares it with a couple. Easy peasy. I was gonna say, we might play so much episode 4, Chris's character might level again. My screen is just gonna be mostly Gaboe. Yeah, that last quest was worth like 180,000. I imagine this one will, even though it's longer, be worth about the same amount. I'm gonna do my best to try to cleanse Chris of any status ailments. Getting hit by the slow motion into the confused. What a brutal room. Seagor and Detonator teleported behind me. I'm thankful he did not hit me yet. Thank you, Freeze. 300 damage, not bad. Oh, getting hit multiple times, really bad. I needed to get knocked over there, and it was not happening for me. But hey, we got mag invincibility, so joke's on them, I win. Yeah, see, this is the... Okay. Nice. Got it, got it. I understand now what my buttons are. I just... This room is very interesting. Wow. I could die walking down this hallway, now that I think about it. So many fire traps, but hey, they're just building Photon Blast. A healing circle this early. Wow. How rare. We haven't seen one, I think, since we started episode 4, more or less. It saves me a tri-fluid. That's good. I was gonna say, what room does it think we actually need this for? So I'm thinking we'll have Chris make the game at some point, depending on what his section ID is or who he wants to keep around. At the moment, I know we're going to be doing Orange ID as well as Viridian. I need to think about who should do the Christmas Fiasco. Could end up being the Viridian. Yeah, it's probably going to be the Viridian for that one. But for the other episode 4 quests, Orange ID is pretty solid, or Chris sticks to his Hunter. Purple ID could be fun. We could try to go for the rare super boss. I know one of the quests we get a guaranteed chambered in, so it's just whoever has more interesting rares at that point. I could technically go back and get the healing circle. Technically. I'll keep it in mind. Yeah, today is all about showing off new content. I feel like we've repeated, well, at least when I play, I usually repeat only a handful of quests. I get to experience some of these for the first time, give opinions on them. Anytime I end up in a time quest, the answer is usually disappointment. I'm seeing the fire effect, but is this where... Oh, no. Yes, this is what I was worried about. I don't have enough health for this area. Rest in peace. Yeah, I was worried this one would have the death room. I'm melting. I'm going to be preoccupied healing myself quite a bit. I think this might be a safe spot. I think I have to stand here and not take any more damage. Much better. Let us not melt. The power of the lava room is too much. those enemies are over there, like, come to me. I'm not walking over there. Bring them over here, Chris. Teach them the folly of their ways. It's like I killed a few before they even got even close to this pedestal. Although, unfortunately, one of the teleporters is telling me what he thinks about my ranged camping strategy. I'm just gonna grants the Rappy so it runs. Yeah. I think that was the best call. I didn't feel like waiting for just one enemy. Not worth our time. XP is second, 76. So if we're playing with the double XP, that would have been pretty crazy. 150 is nothing to sneeze at. Oh boy, that damage is high. I did actually get another Slicer Fanatic, funny enough. So, mission accomplished. I guess I showed you one of the ways to get one of the items that's useful. It was bound to happen eventually. Now the question is, did this roll with hit? It did not. What a shame. Well, time to put it in the junk pile. it was nice while it lasted. Brief cameo appearance by Slicer Fanatic. It could have been good. It just chose not to be, chat. That's what the important thing is. That's my takeaway. That fire trap right at the end of the lava room is so rude. That is just so rude. Speaking of rude. Oh, rare Rappy? Oh, bring him over. Give the audience a good look at it. Chris is trying to fight the poor Rappy all by himself. I think we can almost see him. Yeah, now he's coming closer. He looks very different. Not at all like the birds that we've been fighting. Much more demonic in nature, in fact. Guess we'll grant him a few times. It is his weakness. So we could end up with Heavenly Luck, which I think is one of the better units in the game, to be honest with you. Like, there are certain ones that help you to get things early, like Heavenly Power is always useful. Heavenly Body's only useful for specific characters, and Heavenly Legs is terrible. But man, Heavenly Luck, oh, it fixes so many problems with bad builds. So good. Like, oh, do you not have 28 luck yet to cap your luck? Oh, well, then here you go. Godlike chat. Speaking of which, we got another Heavenly Luck. Oh, does that get bodied by them? I was off by one fireball. What a shame. Had I been about 50 levels higher, that would have killed them before they reached us. We're punished for our hubris. I'm gonna walk slightly further away. Chris also found his own copy of Heavenly Luck. Nicely done, Chris. Believe in that RNG. Maybe one day it'll reward us. Poor Rappies. On the plus side, these should be like massive present generators. This quest does have an extremely high number of enemies in general. Like, you could see we're actually at a completely insane 92 experience a second. So double XP, we'd be at 180. Wow. Pretty good. The highest I normally get is like 220 situationally. So to get even close to that at all in another quest is kind of crazy. There is a mine material in here somewhere. Okay, that's all I want. I'm gonna rebuff us. And then I think we're gonna head towards the south door. I fully expect a fire trap in the base. No? Okay. Okay. A healing circle. Wow. What a quest. This one is actually not bad if you're just looking to do underground. Unfortunately, I don't think it has any Gertabulu, which, I mean, I guess it's both a good and a bad thing. Some people don't want to fight them. But purely just for fighting the Pyrogorons, this one's pretty good. Yeah, in single player as a cast, I'm like, what do you even do? To be honest with you, there's just so much force set damage potential. Kind of gross. You get a little reprieve from these enemies. I almost have Mag Blast, but I've been camping so much that they barely hit me. Yeah, this is definitely a character ID I need to start playing more with. Your health total is probably perfect for mines right now. Anything that's like sub 900 is good for multiplayer mines. But I don't think White ID has the best mines equipment. I think Orange does, if I remember correctly. Viridian's also pretty good, but if you want the special units, Orange just gives you that and Excalibur, which is amazing. So I did end up with Mag Blast. I think I'm gonna let Chris sync up a little bit with me, so he'll hear me mention it, and then he'll understand why I'm waiting on these Rappies, and then about to go in the hallway to do Mag Blast. It's just for the stream delay. Like, I didn't need to keep spamming, but I'll do it. Okay, there we go. Chris has heard me. I'm gonna give a countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, using. There we go. Synced it up even with stream delay. Don't need Discord. Yup, in 5, exactly. See, if you ramble on long enough, then it syncs up. And it makes sense. Yeah, I'm probably gonna level at this rate. Well, hello, Fireburn. Crazy damage. It just really goes to show that, like, honestly, once you get equipment for one force, you can just kind of rotate it between your characters. And it's just so good. Like, Ignition Cloak, God tier, Magical Piece. Once you get one, shareable for all forces. So good. The only thing that's a little hard is making sure you have the mine material. So you just kind of wait until you have enough mine material to make another one. The Newman in particular for this one, and why this one is probably considered top tier by most people, is that instead of simple techniques with the faux new whirl, and also instead of having the highest MST in the game, he has like 150 less, which is not a lot of damage difference, to be honest with you. And he also gets bonuses to all medium and advanced level techniques. So my Gafoe gets a bonus, my Rabarda gets a bonus. So anything that starts with the GI or the RA, respectively, gets a bonus. We're only using Razan, Rabarda, Gafoe, sometimes Gazand on bosses, but we're not doing a boss in this run. So, like, no, he will not outdamage the Faux New Whirl when it comes to grants. But weirdly, they also gave this character items that give him bonuses to grants. So actually, I'm going to put that as situationally. He will situationally outdamage her. But by default, with no equipment, she'll be better. She also has the best Resta in the game. And natural bonuses to, I forgot to mention last time, all of her support techniques. So she healed at double distance, which is probably the most useful. I don't really care about double distance support techniques. I only care about healing techniques explicitly. Where does this lead? Because it says like we've seen this room before. I feel like we haven't been here, so I'm a little confused. Unless we saw this one on the other side. Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, we had to have seen it when we were on the other side. I mean, I guess I could see what chest is there. Oh, it's just the switch, never mind. Yeah, that's... By the other side, I just meant when we teleport back to the room we were in with the switch, because we can't reach that without the warp. Yeah, we were here in the room I was standing in earlier. Before we entered this room. Well, 4 minutes of super buff, not bad, not bad. Having a nice, relaxing cruise here. XP per second died off a little bit because we're not fighting as many enemies here. But I'm sure when we get to another lava room, it'll fix itself. Ooh, that damage is a little high. I am so close to leveling. And also dying. I was closer to dying than leveling then, for sure. It was a little scary, but I pulled through. So here again, if I had another ice staff, I need to go pick some of those up, I think, at some point. I have like a million shock staves and like none of the other elemental staves. It's so depressing. Because my goal is to have a ice wand on every single character. That way I don't ever have to swap. Fire wand I don't need as much. It's just like if I don't have a magical piece, it's the best way to deal damage with Buffoi, which is probably the most commonly used spell outside of Rabarda, honestly. One day, chat, one day. Actually, I shouldn't have done that, because if this is the healing circle room, I'm going to regret it. Okay, no regrets. I do see a switch on the floor, which has me nervous that this is a dynamic camera quest at some point. Interesting. I did miss some mine material back there, which is a little unfortunate. I probably shouldn't give those up. I'll try not to skip them in the future. But it's too late now, as it were. Okay, so within 10 more kills, I should level. Just getting this closer to that 10. I would say if people had to pick a force, I feel like the Faux Newman is probably the easiest to pick up and play. He has more health than the Faux Neural, and he's got excellent level ups. Like there, I just got 3 defense. Excellent, excellent level ups. So he's fairly tanky when it comes to forces. I feel like some of the other ones are more item dependent, or they're like late game only. Like for example, the male force, human, for example, I feel was basically useless until like level 150. Like they were probably my least favorite force to level. Once they got to 150, I had a lot of fun with them, but man, I don't think that's a character I would have made multiples of. They are just so ridiculously item dependent compared to the other ones. Like if you don't have like 50 hit gear, you basically can't melee in multiplayer at all. In Ultimate. Like maybe before then you can, but not with melee weapons. And your stats are too low to even consider using like melee weapons. But when you start getting to 150, that's when your ATP starts getting closer to 800 base. And that's actually really crucial for having fun with the character. Because I think they make really excellent pseudo hunters, honestly. They have all my rare partisans and stuff at the moment. And the rare partisan that Chris is using, I also use on the Fomar. I think he's the only force that can use that, by the way. I don't think the Faux Newman can use that. And that gives an additional 50 defense. But he feels really tanky when you play him. Even though he's supposed to have the least defense of all the forces. It's just very ironic how he feels due to items. He's also a really good candidate for getting, what was it, Pyrrhic's Scythe from the story. He can also use that for some reason, which is confusing. Well, the satellite lizards will approach me. That Pyrogoran will not, though. Might have to do something to pull him towards us. Yeah, those satellite lizards will gradually get worn down. They're just slowly accepting death. Chris is just taunting on him. I don't think I could target that enemy from here whatsoever, which is a bit unfortunate. Slow-mo trap me. Get out of here. Well, I'm gonna use Rabarda to interrupt the bird in the air. Again, it looks like it shouldn't hit the bird, but it does. We'll just accept the 10. I think the Gorons are about to smack me. They're trying really hard, but they keep missing. And or they're frozen. Wow. Oh. I hit Chris. Okay. I'll deal him in the meantime. Will be nice. And also rebuff. I was trying to see if I had enough for Photon Blast. The answer is no. Not even close. This is kind of a weird wave. I think I'm gonna go to the middle platform. That way, these guys can also get hit by the fireball. Oh, I didn't pull 3 of them. Dang. If only I could get them all over here. I'd like to slightly not able to lure them towards me. I think if I stand here, maybe he'll come towards me. There we go. We'll just have to walk into all those stacked Gafoes in the meantime. Rest in peace. I will refrain from using a tri-fluid in case we get another item, but I would like to use one soon. Go ahead and consume that monomate I picked up so I don't die. Chris bit the bullet for me so I didn't have to. Let's see, is this a healing circle? It is! Wow! Paid off for my patience, didn't use an item. Rewarded. I'm just gonna take that tri-fluid. Nicely done. So nice. Played as 2 forces, got 4 levels. Not even XP up. When we do that, I'll be playing very specific characters, I have a feeling. There's characters I really want to like, but they are just horrendously underleveled, so I can't do most of the quests I want with them. I'm very scared about this switch. It is camera change disabled. Okay. One day, chat, I will show you what happens if you don't press that switch, but it is just profound sadness. It makes the game unplayable. I don't know what they were thinking. That might be like a stream challenge. Just do one of these terrible hit the button quests, but don't do the camera angle change. It tries to put it like almost in really tight third person, and it just doesn't work. Like, you can't see over the other enemies. Like, the satellite lizards, you can't see how many are actually behind each other. You more or less have to just play only with the minimap, which is not a good feeling. How is that Zoo not getting hit by any of these fireballs? Thank you. Do some grants on him into the ice. But hello there. So I delayed a little bit on my first Gafoe there to make sure that the Rappy didn't run away. They also smacked me hard enough that I got Photon Blast and Mag Invincibility, which is pretty good. Again, the way I like to also set up the forces is that do not put any of your crucial needed techniques on the second controller. Always put them in the numpad, always put them in the starting panel, never put them where you have the hit control. It stops a lot of accidental usage there. Oh hey, Disco Brain Man. If that rolled with high hit, that is actually a really big upgrade for me. But it just really depends on how the game is feeling, I suppose. So I think I have one with only 20 hit. If I got one that had like 35 even, I would consider pretty big. It'd be pretty godlike. No hit, just 10 dark. Well, banish it into the void later, I suppose. Also, that Goron Detonator was having none of that for me. Escape doll nearby. I think I'll pick it up. This also just got his mag glass. I heard it. So Chris gets to enjoy his invincibility. I don't think the fire room can hurt him when it's like that. But he can just venture into the darkness as far as anything's concerned. I'm pretty sure he can't be injured at all. But only for a brief time. Oh boy, that damage is high. I'm dead. That's why we picked up the escape doll. See, we thought ahead, chat. Thought ahead. No downside. All they did was refill my TP. Joke's on you. I don't have my super buffs to use though. Let's get rid of that satellite lizard for now and try to heal Chris. There we go. I see a lot of materials I do want to pick up, but this Goron Detonator being very stubborn. Some of these items so the other ones don't despawn. That is a thing that can happen, it's just very rare. But given that this room it has so many enemies, it probably can happen. I'm gonna put it past the game. The power material is out of reach. I'll pick it up later. That one Rappy is just out of range. I'm gonna walk towards it so it will hopefully get hit but not run away. Perfect. Oh, that was scary. The Gafoe missed the satellite lizard due to the incline. That almost killed me. gonna Dimate into the healing, or excuse me, Dimate into the Gokoi. I'd love to get healed by Gokoi. It would have been something else. I'd never use another button again. I think after this wave, I'm going to Proton Blast. I'm just gonna clear out some of the trash. In fact, I might even do it right now with that Gorn Detonator. I'm gonna weaken him a little bit first. Yeah, I think I'll wait for Chris to come back to the platform, then I'll use it. Unless this is the final wave, then I'll wait. Okay. Get back, I'm gonna use... Perfect. Still alive. Get him next time. A little low on TP. Might as well consume all my mana fluids. Speaking of which. Hello there, Mr. Rappy. I was just collecting some items, but if you'd like to fight me, I guess I can't really stop you. Throw them away from Chris. Oh, that did not let me heal in time. How unfortunate. Getting slappied by Rapid. Get out of here. That is not going to prevent the Zoo Laser. That is so unfortunate. It's just like a 2-step distance away from the Gokoi stopping it. Oh well. At least most of the satellite lizards are dead, so focus on the zoos. Wherever they are, they love to desync. Got one, Chris has got the other, nice. Final wave. Oh. You annihilated the enemy? Okay, literally the final wave. I'm gonna heal in case the quest wants to kill me. I think Chris found the kill the player one. I'm gonna check, because I think some of these... Okay, so this is the exit, so I think Chris found the treasure room. They're gonna follow Chris. And hopefully not dying. But we'll see. Yeah, had a feeling. So, you are given little stretches of reset, I would say, with the damage over time. So anytime you stand on the platform, I think it gives you another 5 seconds without getting damaged. So it is useful if you're trying not to drain all your health. But actually, you know what? That wasn't too bad. Even though I think this character is slightly underleveled for this area, I think it went fine. Like, I probably would have done it around 130. Personal preference in terms of health and defense and everything else, but I think that was fine. Didn't even have a heavenly body, I think, other than one slot. Yeah, just one slot. Yeah. We're just gonna pick up our items. Ooh, I'd like to pick something different. Cool. Better than nothing, I suppose. Okay. New quest clear. I think that one is very interesting. I think if we're going for, I think Green ID Heaven Striker, I think this is the quest that we should run, Chris. Because this one is, like, pretty much no nonsense. It's just Zoos and Gorons, which is exactly what you kind of want in there. Oh, good luck finding all that HP material. I think we're gonna get rid of some of the items we picked up. Speaking of which, make sure to pass on our good items to the next character. Not worth burning to death? Probably a good call. Pretty common item. You'll get one eventually, it doesn't matter. Well, I could just remove Mother Guard from here. I mean, that's something you would use. Yeah, that's Lesser Fanatic. Kind of disappointing. I'm not gonna delete it in the point register. Yeah, I think everything is now looking good. I should be at just whatever he started with, which is fun. This character's fun, but I just have to make sure to leave some items to pass back and forth. I'll definitely play with him when we're doing XP ups in the future. He's pretty much good in... White ID basically has no area where they will not get an item. They will not get the best possible item, nor are they the most optimal to get an item. But it is very safe to say, no matter what you do, you will get at least one item that is worthwhile. So, pretty safe ID. And they do get some very interesting rares, I will say. I just happen to own most of them, so I don't care about them. But things like Lieutenant Mantle, like if we had gotten Lieutenant Mantle from those Gorons, that would have been amazing, actually. But getting a Slicer randomly is also pretty good. Although we've seen that apparently Orange ID equals busted Slicer. So if we just want to specifically get Slicer and Fanatic, there are better ones. Yeah, not bad, not bad. I think now it's time to switch to my C-Bank 2 for my other forces. That's the Orange ID and the Viridian ID. So I think we'll do 2 longer quests, both in episode 4, and then we'll wrap up with a Christmas fiasco. And maybe I'll show off the Hunter Newman email, question mark? I think that's the only character I'm missing at that point. Because there's no cast. Yeah, and there's no Newman Ranger, which is unfortunate. Fun. So, oops, I already did the C. I was about to C-Bank again. I was busy talking and filling the air, and I realized already did it. My hands just did their own thing. It did not communicate with my brain, but it said, you C-Bank too. Just believe it. I'm gonna believe in my hands. I believe out of habit I went to C-Bank too. And the survey says I went to C-Bank too. So I think we'll play a little bit of Orange ID. That could be fun. And then, depending on what character Chris wants to play, his purple ID would be good for the second quest we're gonna do. For the first quest, it doesn't really matter. It's gonna be predominantly surface into the Shambredon final boss, but it doesn't have a chance of being the rare final boss. So Chris can decide with that knowledge what he would like to play with. But this is going to be one of the quests I think we tried earlier. Chris and I both agreed that we probably will end up playing this on stream. Just for some quest variety. I'm going to show off the Hunter Newman female at some point. But it'll be more of as a joke. She's only really meant for single player, so when I'm really done with the stream, I'll spend like 20 minutes on her. If the chat is wondering why I'm not picking her right away. We'll call this... Chris Too Good. Have ourselves another little co-op. See how it goes from there. If Chris will come to join the game. I did think I saw a message from spam. I think somebody tried to spam us, because I saw a message very briefly appear in the bottom right. Looks like I was correct. I'm just checking up on that. So unfortunate, chat. We were doing so well. Super, super unfortunate, but it is what it is. Oh, I meant to say, I did have something I wanted to test later, but I'm not going to do that until somebody else joins. Yeah, the spam bots are there. I mean, it got rid of them. I'll still report them after the stream. Oh, now this character has my ice staff. Yeah, see, this is why I keep calling it Dragon, because it's Dagon or Dagon. I don't really know what it's supposed to mean. But yeah, she's pretty much geared for single target ice. This is the dream goal for our stream to create a character to become. This character is so good. So we'll be doing Lost Berserk Baton, and then after that, we're actually going to do Lost Spirit Striker. So we're going to try both of the retrieval quests. Just because we haven't really seen either of these yet. At least on stream. So he just loses an item every time. The item's always with some random boss. It's pretty much that character's gimmick. And oh boy, am I set up to kill everything. I don't even think I need to do... Yeah, I don't need to do anything. This character is basically perfection. I love playing this character. So much health compared to what we had before with those other two characters. Completely insane amounts of ice damage. But unfortunately, it's going to start us with some Buddhas. Yeah, my ability to heal is completely insane. Chris has 1,400 health. I heal for 1,000. So I heal over 50% of his health, and he's basically my level. And he's also probably consumed HP materials. Ooh, that ice damage is so high, and even higher with Rabarda. So I could kill with just 10 Rabardas on an Astark, or if I single target like that, I was doing, I think, 700-ish. Pretty good. So if there's lone Astarks or lone Zoos, I will definitely be taking advantage of Barda. Now, unfortunately, in multiplayer, I do feel like this particular character doesn't shine as much as some of the other characters, because unfortunately, when you do want to use single techs, it is kind of rare. But if you play in single player, enemy resistances are lower. So things like Barda that have much higher base damage than Rabarda actually can basically two-shot most of the enemies in the game. Like it makes no sense, but I love it. I love it for what it is. I embrace the insta-kill. Like, this is a character I would not, for example, take into Episode 1 Ruins, because everything has just such high ice resistance, at least in multiplayer. But then you go to play single player, and you're like, what's going on? It makes no sense. How is it even possible? Like, could you imagine in multiplayer, Chris? Like, if you were fighting a Deathbringer and you could just 3-hit it? She could do this right now in single player. Just tell those stupid Chaos Bringers to sit down and die. There's just nothing they could do about it. Yeah, and the fact that it pierces too means like if a line of them charge at you, they just all die en masse. I love this quest because it has so many boxes. I think if I'm looking for a box rare, this is going to be my quest to go to going forward. For sure. Yeah, darn smart spam bots indeed. Such a shame. That is definitely going to be brought up in our stream retrospective, which I will tentatively say is not this Thursday, but next Thursday. So I'll be doing something special at the end, so we will not be doing like a full play session. Or we might, I might just go late. I guess it really just depends on how I feel. Oh, it feels so good when everything's mapped correctly. Perfection. Yeah, comparatively, I'm taking only 100, maybe 200 damage max from these enemies. And the fact that I have 1200 health means I'll be okay. I could just afford to face tank, even as this character, who notoriously has the lowest health and defense in the game. I'm already at the point where I can tank. Not quite at max level. We're getting there. Yeah, I took like 220 without debuffing. I mean, that wasn't that high. What should they do normally? 30 while debuffed? Man. Just night and day difference, chat. Meanwhile, my... Oh, here's a button, actually. I love this button. Whenever you press the button while it shines, it spawns more enemies. I think that's my favorite button mechanic I've seen in the game. Yeah, I just love it. I wish that was in more quests, honestly. I like being able to do hordes at your own pace, and then you have like opportunity to set up and heal in between like more challenging waves. I actually really like that a lot. But for sure, I selected this quest just for that. Unfortunately, I can't keep stacking the waves. That would have been the dream. Like right now, it's doing that glow. If only I could just get another horde here. Would have loved it. But as we'll see a little later on in this stage, I think this is pretty good because of the fact that you don't really leave one area. If you happen to put it near a healing circle, it just lets you kind of come back to the same room over and over and recharge TP. Indeed, we are trying to spawn them in all at once. We tried. Or at least I'm trying. Maybe not we. I think Chris tried leaving and tried hiding and healing. I'm like, no, there will be more blood. Alright, unfortunately we've burned out all the waves. I would have loved to have just stayed here forever summoning them. Another die fluid, nice. I think I'm gonna go get those boxes now. A lot of boxes. I left like a couple die fluids behind, but honestly, we're still pretty much at max TP. Doesn't really matter at the moment. Maybe in the future it will. Funky music though, Chris. Do you recall what the disc was that was used? Oh, that Zeus spawned above me. That was weird. Okay, since I'm using Rabarda, I'm gonna switch to the ice staff. Oh, fight in the spaceship. Thank you. Okay, that wave's dead, so I might as well stack a couple of Gafoes. Looks like I'm rewarded because they'll walk into this Gafoe and take damage. That basically half health them for Chris, who will basically just clean them all up. Nice. They spawned immediately into the fireballs. Thank you, satellite lizards. Goodbye. Where is the Astar? Oh, there it is. It's like way off screen for me. He's just hanging out in the back. Speaking of which, I should do the ice damage to him. Died pretty quickly. I think the 571 was me, even though I wasn't using an ice staff. Rather silly stuff. I'll still use more die fluid. Menuing while walking is very interesting. I'm getting used to it. Didn't see any boxes back there, so I'll just continue along. Ooh, they almost got me. Nice try. Now, if I had a fire staff, I think it would have been better to use the fire staff here in general. Needs Gafoe though. Nice. Chris did indeed level, so we're now the same level. Good job, Chris. You earned it. Now you're even tankier and potentially do even more damage. Mine materials? Sure, I'll take those. Excellent time to switch over to the ice staff. This whole wave is weak to ice. There's just like little tiny optimizations you could do. Like if you want to get really advanced, you can have different barriers equipped to boost the specific spell you plan on doing. I don't enjoy that so much. I do it on occasion, but not super often. Oh, that was the final wave. Mixed wave, not my favorite to come across. When in doubt, I just Gafoe. Got to clear up the trash. Leave the harder ones for freeze/lightning. Put one Gafoe down for the Rappies. Oh, hello. I didn't mean those Rappies. Oh, no. How I didn't die is an absolute mystery. I got hit by all 4 Rappies and the Astar. That mag invincibility kicked in at, like, the exact frame I should have died, for sure. That was bad. I got surrounded. You never want that to happen, even with my ridiculously better defenses. Could have been much worse. Some chests over here. Might as well take them. Ooh, power material. I'll get that later. And inside was almost nothing. Disappointing. Max synchro. Max. Nice. Squeeze it in to get the power material. That is actually worth picking up. I haven't really decided what our next character will end up being. If it'll be like a ranger or a cast or something. I mean, I could technically make yet another force. I'm not going to say no to that. Oh, I mistimed the Rabarda. That was a misplay on my part. However, I did recover it at least. See, now the poor choice would have been to attack, or excuse me, to heal and then attack, but then I wouldn't have frozen that Z there. Well, not a bad recovery on my part, but I could have played that much better. I think I could have played it better. Let's debuff them. Put one Gafoe out to stop the dive bomb. Excellent. I should probably get into the habit of using a different thing to swap weapons, because the time it took for me to swap from the weapon usage over to the items, I let the enemy get out of the loop. There's like little things I could still improve. If I really want to, I could do it. Like I'm aware enough of them to make the change, but do I really want to make the change? Not really. I like going at my own pace in this game. Which is still pretty fast. It's just not like ridiculous berserk only shenanigans. Your weapon without hit. Disappointing. Speaking of which. Yeah, that's much faster. Just gotta get into that habit. I put the shortcut in there for a reason. So I don't have to open the item menu, then select items, then go to equip. I don't have to worry about any of that. Just go straight there. Now this is a very interesting scenario. When it happens very rarely, you can actually hit both of them with one Barda. It's so good when they line up like that. I think it did 650, by the way, when it hit them. Even in multiplayer, the damage is still insane. Doesn't make any sense. I love it. Okay, since there's only one, I'm just gonna rapid fire Foe. Much better. I think it's even still cheaper than Gafoe in that scenario, but I could be mistaken. Or excuse me, it's cheaper than Grants for sure, but overall it might even still be cheaper than Gafoe. I guess it depends on the Gafoe level. Rappies descending from heaven. The Rappies who fell to earth have decided to defeat us. Spoilers, I have debuffs. Goodbye. You know what's kind of sad? I think the only Christmas quest we will not end up showing off today, or at least by today, will be episode 2 Christmas Fiasco. Might have to bribe Chris into helping me with it. That is a long quest to do solo. It's like, it better be really good. Whatever the bribe is. Yeah. It'll be pretty horrendous, for sure. I would probably only go in with the Force, to be honest. Well, I mean, I would go in with the Force. I guess Chris could still be cast. That would probably still be the most useful. Probably cast Ranger, if I had to guess. Now we'd be playing Fomarl, since I think Pink ID is not bad in most of that area. so unfortunate. The Babudas are just having their way with me and my health bar. Have to deal. Goodbye, Babudas. Oh. Next room unlocked already. Nice. XP-wise, 68. Not great. I mean, you can see in the other quests we were at 80 plus pretty much consistently throughout. So from a pure XP standpoint, the other quest was better. I think in terms of what the quest has in terms of design, I think this one is slightly more interesting. Although the other one is also good. I will not knock it for that. I just like the button spawn. In particular, I think in this room, the button spawn. Or not this room, but the room leading into the next room. Because I believe we're coming up to the first healing circle of the map. Now, I think the last half of this quest is a little lackluster. I think it goes on way too long, which is a bit unfortunate. I think that's where I have to mark it down a little bit in terms of my favorite quests. But this first portion, I love playing these rooms over and over. Like, lots of enemies that are just weak to one single element, which just makes Force life really easy. There's some mixed waves here and there, but, like, for example, all these enemies are... Oh, I can't actually hit the Rappy, so it's too far. Oh, that's unfortunate. Like, all those enemies were weak to ice. And then this entire wave is basically weak to ice, and then whatever I can't kill with ice... Basically, whatever I can't kill with fire, I can just grants. Or use ice. And they also get stuck on the terrain. Oh, one of my favorite aspects of the game. Witnessing it live. That Astark is trying really hard to reach me. Just can't. Get grants. Die via the light spell grants. I wonder if anybody ever tried fixing certain spells in this game in mods. I'm assuming somebody's tried to. I always think about, like, what Gabarda could have been, for example, instead of just a really disappointing spell. Like, if Negan, instead of doing insta-kill, did, like, dark damage, and then it typed lasers as either light or dark, so that there's less set damage in the game. I don't think set damage should be removed entirely, but there are way too many enemies with it, for sure. It doesn't make any sense. Where it should just be either physical or elemental for the most part. Like, when you get charged by that Dwarfon, defense should have made a difference there. Like, why is his stomp resisted by defense but not his charge? Like, it just doesn't even, it doesn't even make sense thematically. Like, it just doesn't compute. Or if they did something where they split the set damage, where it's like mostly physical, but then like a guaranteed 150 set, I think I'd also be okay with that. I wanted to make the system more complicated. I still think where they really missed out is reducing set damage and elemental damage with evasion. So that way evasion isn't a completely booty stat. There might actually be a purpose to raising evasion in this game. Yeah, evasion is one of the most useless stats. Some people say defense is a useless stat, and I actually really disagree with them. Like, it's useless only if you're in a 4-man group. If you're a solo or a 2-player, it is so important to have defense. You have to be able to tank some things. Or you have to make sure you're at really specific thresholds so you get knocked down, or you don't get knocked down, depending on the enemy. It's actually goes into a lot of nuances of builds to be able to fix that, depending on what you're fighting. In single player, if you get really high defense, you just become almost literally immortal, which is very amusing, and it makes item farming really easy. So I also disagree from that standpoint. Will I pump it over attack stats? Probably not. Like, I think that's still safe to say. What am I doing? I just Barda. Wow, did that do 1,000 damage? Quite a lot. This is hitting like a truck. Hello, Dwarfon. I'm not really sure how that didn't hit me, but I'll take that. I didn't stop it with Gafoe in time. I didn't react fast enough, but it skid right in front of me and stopped. That's always nice. Weirdly, sometimes grants, if you're being targeted by the stomps, is better to use than single target Bowie. Only because, like, the big drawback of grants is that there's a long cast delay after you cast it where you can't do anything. But if you get hit, it resets it. So you lose, like, almost all the downside of grants if you're surrounded. That's why sometimes if I'm playing single player, I'll leave the Astarks alive just to slap me so I can grants faster. Oh, a Gazan level 20? Where's that at? Perfect drop. There's a lot of people that would pay for that. Sure. The in-game currency. An entire wave weak to ice. Easy ice 1 switch. No contest. Once the zoo on my right dies, I think I'm gonna kill it with Barda. The one on the left, I mean. But Chris already gunned that poor bird down. I had nothing to do there. Hey, speaking of the healing circle, what a great healing circle. I love where this is placed relative to the next button area. I have so much TP, it had to go 3 times. Oh, healing circle, you're so zany. So I'm an extremely long way away from leveling. 783,000 XP. Chris has slightly more than me, because he just leveled to this level, but it's pretty painful. So yeah, like I said before, I like that healing circle placement because we're going to be fighting multiple waves back to back to back in this area. So as soon as we're done with this, I'm just going to go back and get the TP recovery. I'm going to put a Gafoe down just in case, but I had a feeling it was Astark, so I didn't swap weapons. Look at that. Lots of ice damage. 653. Wow, that's not even with the summit moon. That's crazy in multiplayer. Keep in mind, in single player, they would have half health, roughly. So that 4,000 health is more like 2,100 or 2,200 damage, and they have lower resistances. So I would have still basically 3-shot that Satellite Lizard, or not Satellite Lizard, the Astark as is. It's absolutely insane that I can do that with this character. Like, not even melee characters can necessarily 3-shot most of the cast without doing some crazy berserk combo. And to just be able to do that on a relatively safe long-distance sniping spell, kind of cheesy, but I like it. I'll do some Gafoes here, because if another wave spawns, they could still potentially spawn into it. Like if I get Dorfond here, for example. I didn't, but Satellite Lizard spawned, and that's good enough for me. Oh, you guys are terrible. Let me do 360 lightning. Give Chris an opportunity to play the game. Okay, we killed the trouble on this stage. Look at that damage I do to the zoo. Absolutely silly. Goodbye. Well, I had Mag Blast, so I'm actually going to wait for Chris to hear that message, and then I'm going to probably use it. I'm assuming he has it at this point. So I'll start giving a countdown, but I got all the items I needed. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, using. Excellent. And now we have more attack and defense for presumably the Quad Fawn. The almighty Quaffon cannot be denied. Used it before 5 this time? I'm too fast. Call me speedy. Oh, there's the Quad Fawn. Yeah. Love the Quad Fawn. So bad. Oh boy, this is a really interesting setup of enemies. I don't particularly like it that much. Well, at least one of the Dorfons died. I'm gonna hopefully get rid of the Babudas. Those are the scariest thing to me, because they hit me multiple times during the Dorfon, and their invincibility they give is very low. So it's likely I have to survive a Dorfon charge and their damage, as opposed to just being immune to them. I'm gonna put out some Gafoe here. Hopefully this will weaken them both up. Way Chris can kind of get the kill. Yeah, it looks like I'm doing a solid, probably about 2,000 damage that he doesn't have to deal now. They should basically die in a combo. Excellent. So because I didn't use any fluids, I will probably just go back to the healing circle, which is also really great if you're playing a cast, because that's one of the few ways you can refresh your traps. So, yeah, I'm going back for the healing circle. I don't feel like going back for items later. And I'll check where that mine material dropped. I know we have super buff on, but let's be honest, we'll probably build it before it wears off. Meanwhile, Tri-Fluid is eternal. Wow, even at 500 TP, I still needed three healing circle uses. Okay, we're good to go. Yeah, 5 minutes. I'll probably be at like 80, 88, 89 charge by then. And if I get hit while having no buffs, probably be at max at that point. Ooh, dye fluid, nice. Another dye fluid. Hello, Matsky. Hopefully you're doing well. Hopefully your day is treating you well. Just messing around in some PSO. We might still end up doing some Streets of Rage remake at the end, although unfortunately it won't be with the duo game that I had intended. I was originally going to play PSO and this game simultaneously, because there's one really cheesy quest I wanted to show off. But alas, the party must go on drop? Where did that drop? I want that disc. There it is. Found it. I don't want to play it on stream though, because it will cause copyright issues. But I want it for private use, for sure. So, I didn't have a lot of time to practice. I want to say Soten, as Matsky reminded me that we'll be doing Chaos tomorrow. But I practiced a teeny tiny bit. I guess it's better than not practicing, because that's usually my big issue. So I should have enough time to test things out for like an hour before the stream. Yeah, if Kirk was here, I would have said I would have played Hades tonight rather than tomorrow. But unfortunately, since I don't believe he's here, because he's with family for a little bit, we'll hold off on Hades, since he's the one who originally requested it. I feel I would respect it. It's not quite the same, because I know he very much enjoys Hades. That would have been my other alternative. Just get sat on by giant Astar. Thank you. Since we're just talking about random things to fill time, since I don't really have anything to say about the wave, other than I don't like how big this area is. I think it goes on for way too many rooms. What was kind of funny is Google keeps trying to suggest to me news articles that I think is relevant to my interests. And I did have to laugh. It was one of the... Well, one, I got a joke article, but two, it was also recommending to me that it was like, did you know Tales of Arise has multiplayer with a mod? I'm like, they had to mod in the multiplayer? That is so lame. Wow. I don't know, chat. I feel like I live in a different era of games. It's just so disappointing. It's so sad. I'm just like, that's not even... They didn't even update the core game for that? So you're telling me that people that are playing on consoles still can't do multiplayer for that game? Really? Yeah. So, no playing co-op of that game with Kirk, unfortunately. Yeah, how the mighty have fallen, chat. Kind of a shame, because if we're just talking about like pure single-player games, there's definitely better games than Tales. In terms of storytelling, arguably, maybe Tales is better than some of them, but I don't know. Crazy World Rebirth in chat. This is kind of a fun wave. I like enemies that are weak to fire. I don't have to think at all. I can just spam Fireball, read the chat, see how everybody's doing, assess the situation. Another wave where it's just basically all Fireball. I love it. Do I even feel like swapping to my Ice Staff just for Astar? No. No, he could just take the regular Barda. I know, Fireball! Exactly. Oh, this wave is nice. That's a shame. Making me think slightly. How dare the game, chat. I just want to autopilot and talk to people. I could do both with this game. I mean, there's a lot going on the screen, but I'm telling you, I'm hitting the Rabarda button. That's how I know I'm winning. If I hear that spell going off, I'm winning. Like giant bird overhead. I heard myself get hit, I'm not winning. I don't hear the Rabarda. It's not good. I'm gonna have to heal myself. Stupid zoo waves. There we go. Oh, the zoo ran away. Okay, we'll get barded then. You had this coming. Yeah, it's just like little waves like this, like waves of 3 Buddhas. Like, really? Why though? I don't know. I disagree. It could have helped very much with the pacing of the mission. They just didn't do like little teeny waves like this that just aren't even really challenging or fun to fight. At least give it like the minimum number at this point should be like 4 a wave. Oh, the buffs were off. Dang, I got hit way less than I thought. I was thinking 88. I ended at 81. Chris got hit by absolutely nothing. It looked like he's practicing pratfalls for his comedy routine. He's fighting nothing. I guess we'll just heal him. I'm assuming the Dorphon is spawned for him. But I guess I was off screen, so it's not here. Oh, there it is. Oh, there it is on our screen, chat. We found it. So, Chris, if you're looking for the item, it dropped all the way over here. Because that's what you were fighting, apparently. The power of PSO desync is so strong. I guess other miscellaneous news. We're actually not that far off from getting another emote. Like, I'm not gonna push people to subscribe, but for the people that are curious, it requires 15 subscription points for our first unlock. And honestly, I think we're only 4 away. So not too far off from having another emote, which is kind of interesting. I mean, I have some ideas for it if that does happen. We'll see. Totally lost track of where I'm supposed to go to make progress. Guess I'll look for where Chris went to. There's the red barrier. Can't do anything there. Did we exhaust the switch? Question mark? No, we did not. That makes sense to me. That also makes sense to me. Press switch, get Dorphon. Checks out. That's all there, chat. So close to Mag Blast after that. Now I have Mag Blast. Hopefully Mag Invincibility as well. Oh, I did get it. Nice. Now I can just watch the chat for a little bit. I guess going forward in the future, I have to think about what game I'd want to play like 2 at once. Just bringing up random topics at this point. Because I would have preferred to have done this with PSO to show up in Quest. However, that does mean I can still do it with anything that like could be run with Abyss Hawk or like the Citrus 3DS, for example, where it's on the PC. It gives you the option to run the application in the background. Because that will technically let you play 2 games at once. So I'll have to think about it. Maybe when we get into more of the traditional RPGs, we'll do that. But I feel that right now, if we were to go into like a Valkyrie profile or Shadow Hearts, neither are really well suited for multi-game. They would have to be the primary focus. It would be very difficult. So not ideal. I'm not sure if there's a way to do it with ones that are not run through another application and are just the game itself. I'll do a little more research. I would love to be able to do that with very specific things in PSO. Like we gamble rares or we do other quests while we're playing another game. I think that would be funny to do. Well, that was just rude. Okay, well, I'm gonna debuff them. And when this wave is dead, I think I'm going to look to count down into the Mag Blast. But hopefully nothing too crazy spawns. Or if that Astark leaves both of us alone, I might do it here, I guess. I'll walk near Chris. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Using. There we go. I counted fast there, so I'm sure Chris did not hear the countdown before it went off. Poor Chris. He has to predict the future. He jumped my Barda. It's so depressing. Oh, we spawned a switch. Like, again, I like this portion of the quest. Just some of the rooms in between, I'm like, I don't think they add anything other than padding. But again, this is kind of a cool concept. You could see your goal is to go through the laser gates. I like the little pattern it forms. I think the enemy spawns here are a lot more involved. Like, we're not getting, like, 3 enemies. We're getting, like, 7 to 8. Which means you have to mix up your strategy, even if you're playing a ranger. I mean, for me, I'm still going to use some basic spells, don't get me wrong, but it does try to at least make you think. Even if I refuse. Like, no, we're still going to dummy autopilot all of them. It's fine. Ooh. Not a good wave. The Buddhas are the worst. I never want to see them. Actually, you know what's crazy? We've been playing on Orange ID, and we haven't found a single slicer yet? Huh. Oh well, that's a little disappointing. That's supposed to be the rare drop from the satellite lizards, which we have definitely been killing. Oh, oh, you got me. You got me. I also like the colors of this particular warp because it's very Christmas themed. Got the red and the green going on. Yeah, I'm so far enjoying my vacation. Having a good time, getting to play PSO. Not getting rewarded so much in PSO. I think our craziest item so far was probably random present drops. But it is what it is. I'm still happy for all the experience we're gaining with the characters, for sure. I mean, I think when Chris started earlier this week, he was 174 with the character. We're definitely making some progress. We're not even at the XP up portion of the week. So he gets to play the character season he has been enjoying, since it's high enough level that it can handle more or less anything at this point. And if it can't, he's slowly getting the health to do it. He has an important health total of 1,502, which to most people would be like, well, why is that an important health total? My answer would be that the Deathbringer does 1,500 damage unboosted, so he can survive with 2 health against the Deathbringer in Episode 1 multiplayer. So a lot of new areas opened up for him in terms of enjoyability. So that's one of the highest set damages in the game. It's not the highest. I believe that belongs to Episode 2 multiplayer boss, where I think that boss can technically do 2,100 damage or something absurd. It makes no sense. This character I'm playing as literally cannot get enough health ups to survive it. Yeah, and of course it would be Episode 2. And it's from the final boss of Episode 2. Yay! I love the final boss. Actually, to be fair, that final boss is not as bad as the rest of the game. Episode 2. Of all the things to complain about, I guess it would just be... It would be more the enemies, where I'm just like, but why? Why does everything have insta-death? Like, I'll take like 2 of those final bosses over Tower any day. Although I do have to say, they are some of the my least favorite boss fights to do. They were in Episode 2, for sure. I actually really like the Episode 4 final bosses. We'll get a chance to show off at least 2 of them, be guaranteed today. Hopefully we see the rare variant of one of them. But we'll see. Nice and easy. I realized too late I shouldn't have used Rabarda there, and I regretted everything. So that caused me to get hit. Had I used Gafoe there instead, it would have stopped the other one from shooting laser. Ooh, I'm in a nasty position. What am I being hit into? Switch block off by a laser gate back here. Well, I'm being attacked. That's probably why it's sealed. It's okay, I'll just solo all the waves. Really? The zoo is out of range of Robarda. Oh well. Not a big deal either way. Absolute silliness in this quest. Yeah, like here is where I'm like, man, I really wish we were at the boss. This is where the quest should have ended. But it doesn't for some reason. It goes on for like another 2 rooms. Painful. Yeah, Chris is going the way I want to go, but the game is like, no, you have to go north for some reason. XP-wise, we're sitting at 142,000. So, not bad, but you could see just comparatively, we're only getting about 57 experience a second, which is that second number listed in the kill counter at the bottom. Unfortunate. See, I would be happier if these either dropped the photon crystal or if they dropped the slicer. But we've seen neither so far. It's disappointing. I don't think Crystal will really have an opportunity to use Slicer Fanatic for its special. But maybe the extra hit would help on the upcoming boss, maybe. Not sure how often he misses this particular boss. It's not a very mobile boss, so I doubt its evasion is too high. Although then again, Worm Boss is like one of the highest evade creatures in the game. Never mind. It's PSO logic. It can just be max evade for no reason. Okay, since I'm using a lot of ice, let's just switch to the ice staff. There we go. And back to fire. What am I doing in terms of TP? Not bad. See, the Zeus have spawned in. And I can rebuff Chris. Excellent timing. Heal both of us up. Regular Bard is the best to use here. If I could get one of them to notice me. There we go. Excellent. Exactly what I wanted to have happen. Good gameplay. I am getting the double Barda. The God aim, chat. I hope you appreciated that AI manipulation. They spin in circles, but you can force them to go one way or the other, depending on how you move. And I purposely went forward to make one of them leave their animation sooner than it normally would. Another rest of level 30. I think I'm going to leave that on the ground. I think I've had enough of those. Oh no, I'm being stun locked. Buddha, we meet again.
This is the Reaper's power.
Hello, Try. Hope you're doing well. I take it you beat Chaos. We're just messing around with some PSO. I think we got 2 major quests left to deal with. And then we'll see how I feel about it if I'm up for a Streets of Rage remake. Nice, you defeated Dracula. I was just mentioning on stream a little while ago, I gotta practice that game a bit more. Tomorrow. I'll be doing my own Chaos stuff. Well, Try, actually, it's good that you're here, because you're one of the people I wanted to test this on. Because I did not see how this works. I pressed this button. Ah. Interesting. I now understand how that works. So he showed me a add-on for Stream Decks, and I just pressed it, and it let me select the user without me needing to type anything there. That seems to be working. So that means, in the future, chat, if I need to do this for Chaos, where I have to give out reward points, I can actually do it that way. So I could just repurpose that. It was kind of interesting. I mean, chat couldn't see it, but basically when I went to press the button on Stream Deck, it opened up a new menu, and it showed little profile images of each user that was active in the chat. So not only could I see Try's name from the list when I did that, but I also saw his image, and because I know what his profile image looks like, that actually sped it up a lot. Yeah, important to get the shoutouts to people that raid. That makes my life a lot easier going forward. Yeah, I'll probably set up something similar for Chaos now that I see how it works. That was my immediate thought of application. Just like, oh, I could just give out random points. Nice. But glad you got things up and running for you with Chaos. He's using some things that I was customizing. Hey, we always appreciate your company. We always appreciate it when you try your best to survive the chaos of chaos. Yeah, I used a little bit of knowledge to try to make it more dynamic, so if you do end up removing, for example, Honest Gamer later, because it will be removed as a command, you won't have to do anything special. It should just resize automatically. That was the major change I wanted to push to you. That way I don't have to keep fiddling with it. I don't know where this Dorfon is, and I'm a little scared. It's just out there somewhere in the wilds. But apparently it doesn't want to fight me. Also, I got Mag Blast. I'm gonna try to just unmark it to see if it does as intended. Hopefully. If it doesn't, let me know. I can always manually remove it. I know I am really happy I requested for that option to be added. That was one of the things where I saw like certain commands were being left, or some people don't want to do it for adventure mode, for example, versus like Honest Gamer no longer working. To actually have that option, hopefully it works by itself there. Let's see. Nice. I heard the door open, but the other Dorfon's out there somewhere. There it is. Peekaboo. I like how big this thing is compared to us. I think PSO does some very interesting senses of scale. I'm sure that very much inspired Monster Hunter. I have Mag Blast, but I'm thinking about if I want to wait for the boss. Think you're outside this time? First time seeing outdoors areas? Interesting. Oh, you probably saw us when we were doing caves. I was trying to think about what stream you were watching us play. Yeah, there's quite a lot of variety in terms of areas. Right now we're playing on the surface of Ragul, I believe, but just in a different area than Episode 1. Episode 1, we were kind of traveling from forest into, I think, a cave, which I think is supposed to be connected to the volcano, I think is what the game is trying to tell us, into a series of mines into the ruins of the spaceship. Try gifted to Hunga Virix a subscription. Why, thank you, Try. I was just mentioning this earlier on stream, but I'm actually pretty close to unlocking another emote slot. So you guys are definitely being very generous. I don't think I really deserve it, but thank you. So I imagine it's within 3. If the points did not decrease since the stream started, it should be 12 out of 5. Out of 15 right now, I mean. Pretty close. I love Rabarda. I love the giant praying mantises just getting stuck mid-swing. Love it. That's fine. We'll take it in the face. So far, haven't found too many crazy things on stream. But who knows? Maybe our luck will turn around. I guess if Chris sticks to this character, it's up to Chris. I'll let Chris decide. I will take the choice away from myself. If Chris would like to use this character again, I will give Chris the option if he'd rather play with his ID and his rares, and that would be going for the uber rare boss to get one of the better items, or stick to this ID, which has like not bad rares. So basically, play it safe or risk it all. I'll let him decide since he's also playing in the game. And I'm forcing him to play these quests. We'll go for an Uber on stream? Sure, we'll go for it. Why not? Sometimes you just gotta believe, chat. I'm trying to recall what the odds are of it spawning. It's not high. I think at best it's like a 1 in 100. And then even if you get the boss to spawn, you still have to get the item to drop. So I think it's a 1 in 100 and then a 1 in 8, I think. But I don't know if people have quoted Kandryu's spawn rate correctly. It might be even worse. So it could be like 1 in 200, for example. Which is absolutely terrible odds, but yeah. We can still go for it. I mean, at least our rare item is up, so we're appealing to a portion of the rare chance. Goodbye, Zoo. Departed. Yeah, we'll try one more quest after this. Then we'll see if we might not even have time for Christmas Fiasco 1. I mean, we'll try to slip it in for sure. But man, that quest is gonna be a doozy. Worst comes to worst, I can always postpone it to Friday. Yeah, that quest is probably one of the hardest quests. I don't know how you would even have beaten it normally, but they fortunately removed the timer. That quest originally had a time limit of 30 minutes, which I don't know if anybody ever cleared that solo 30 minutes. I would like to know who did that, and if they have video footage of that, because I don't believe it. That quest is so long. Not to mention extremely difficult. Did Chris play before he met you, or was he forced into it? Oh, Chris got a present. Congratulations, Chris. You'll have to let us know what it is. But to answer Try's question, and also rehydrate, because I'm getting tongue-tied for a moment. There we go. So to answer Try's question, he played before. This game was out on Dreamcast, GameCube, eventually went to Xbox, and had a PC release. I believe he started with the GameCube version. But this specific server is because of me, for sure. I think he also played briefly on Ultima. Maybe he's off and on with that server. See that? I remember. I sometimes remember things. Listen, remembering what numbers on a door in Eternia, not gonna remember. Remembering when Chris first played the game, he told me it once, like how many years ago? Gotta remember that. Like his white door 14, 15, or 16? No idea. Remember the important stuff? You're not wrong. Oh, it's been 3? Wow, it's been a while. Oops, getting bodied. I guess we have been playing PSO for a while, now that I think about it. Sense of time is always very interesting with these things. We are in absolute chaos. There are enemies everywhere, and they all want us dead. Oh, definitely go eat Try. That is important. I might even take a small food break at some point. We'll see how I feel. At the moment, I just feel like that S-Stark needs to go away, so that way I can do some damage. But I hope we're near the end of the quest, because I'm getting low on Tri-Fluid. Got 3 left. I think I need 2 for the final boss, so I'm still okay, as is. I think I see a Die Fluid spawn somewhere. That's always useful. It's running out of TP, aka the magic points of this game. Very brutal. We'll hopefully that will not happen. Got a Trimate, perfect. A regular dye fluid, okay. I think that's it for the waves. That's good. Do I need some fluids? Only if you really don't want them. I don't think I'm in desperate need because we're at the boss. I think I'll be okay. So, did you, let's go into the boss arena and then Mag Blast. That way we can benefit from like 10 more seconds of super buff. I'm gonna walk like a little further forward and let's use it here. I'm gonna lose our mag invincibility to some extent, but this boss should be really easily cheesed by, I think, lightning? I always forget. This boss is kind of confusing because it shares the same attacks as 2 other bosses, and I always forget what the weakness is. I think it's lightning. Wait, Conjure. Wait, what? Wait, this isn't supposed to be here. What? Wait, we're fighting the rare boss? Oh, I gotta get serious. Hold on, chat. Oh, I didn't know Chamberton could turn into Conjure. I thought that was forbidden. Oh, well, I guess we're going for an uber rare, chat. The uber rare for this boss is the best sword in the game. I'll take it if it gives it to me. I'm not gonna say no. Okay, I'm gonna deal as much ice damage as possible. It looks like ice is the weakness. Chris has found the color-coded one, which is the only way we can interrupt this phase. It's a little brutal. Okay, he interrupted it. I got smacked right as I was able to walk. How unfortunate. So this is rather exciting news. I was not expecting this boss to be anything interesting. So unfortunately, I was not close enough to the boss to deal a lot of damage, so we have to go through one more phase. And it spawned many spinners on us. Oh boy. Yikes. I don't know what you're supposed to do as a caster in this situation, chat. I would just say pray, because there is so many sources of damage coming at you, and a lot of them really not avoidable. I found the red targetable spinner, I guess is the lack of a better word, and I've killed it. So now hopefully I will switch over to Magical Piece and use Rifoi to hit this thing. Chris using Slicer Fanatic, which I gifted him before. Just one piece of him left, and we're past probably the most annoying part of this boss fight. Oh boy, so phase 1, he was burying in the sand and spinners spawned everywhere. Now he has opened up a path in the wall, which I think is really cool. I like that the boss arena changes. I wish more games did that. I'm gonna check where he is. He's in the upper right. So I'm going to go there. Also, I can see him if I just turned around. I'm gonna dye fluid. He has a few different attacks he could do here. I don't want to see any of them. I did not really see any of them. He used missile on us. That one's acceptable. Now he also uses giant space laser, and we have to be careful. Space laser hurts. He could also potentially shoot tornadoes, or that's also fine. He's just gonna be spamming space laser. That's unfortunate. Missiles is probably the one I want to see, because you could kind of bait them into taking a while to hit us. So you can see there, I got a lot of spells just by standing still. I made it loop upon itself. And also you could kind of outrun them and also get them caught on terrain. There's a lot of counterplay to the missiles. Tornado has very low counterplay, but he will only do that if we're far away. So the odds of him using laser were pretty high. I only want to see him use the torpedo missile homing attack thing. So technically you could dodge this giant laser that the boss is going to do by lining yourself up with the giant crystal in the middle, and then it should block the attack. But as you can see, Chris was not lined up with it on my screen and he didn't get hit. So it just works in mysterious ways. We've learned not to question the episode 4 final boss. Like, what is a tip box? I don't know. It exists. It can hit us. Okay, so we popped another another portion of the boss. So in doing so, it's going to shoot a giant purple laser in the sky, and it'll hit the crystal. For some reason, that causes an AoE damage that we can't really dodge, which is unfortunate. But hey, we're almost done with the boss. You can skip this phase of it going back here by perfectly damaging every one of its cores, which I've been using ice on. But it's very hard to do. It's easy to do if its weakness is lightning, because chain lightning will hit all the targets. But for ice, Rabarda does not really hit all of them cleanly, and Slicer Fanatic cannot hit all of them cleanly. Unfortunately, the boss has decided to do laser. One attack I really do not want to see it use. I'd rather take Tornado over laser. Okay, it's doing the torpedo. I've almost stopped it from doing another laser attack. So close. I think Chris did the death blow on the final one, but I'm not certain. Or not. Nope, actually we didn't get it. Okay, now we've gotten it. So the torpedo just hits you as you're turning around. It's very, very cute, I guess. But fortunately, I believe the boss now has only one core left, and once that core is defeated, the boss is dead. Now, big moment of truth, it is a 1 in 8 chance of getting Excalibur. It'll say Lame to Argent, but it's Excalibur, it just has to turn into that. So one of us could potentially get the best sword in the game on a literal throwaway quest. I'll take it. I'm excited. I don't know what's gonna happen. Ideally, both of us would get it. You know what? I baited so many tornadoes into hitting me. I'm so proud of that. I'm also invincible right now, so boss can't do anything. Moment of truth. We're gonna get a little cutscene. We're gonna get a special You Win song, which is very depressing if you listen to the lyrics, by the way. But let's see. Did any of us get the rare? Moment of truth. Damn. Didn't get it. Chamberlain killed. That's not Chamberlain. Oh, Chris got it! Chris Too Good has found Lame to Argent after defeating Condrio. Congratulations, Chris. You are the winner. You have got the best sword in the game. I hope it came with good stats. Good job, Chris. You earned it. Well, there's your other Christmas present. You can't ask for more. You've got literally the best sword in the game. It almost doesn't even matter what it has. It could be all zeros, honestly. Such a good sword. 5 on A Beast. You know what? That's actually not the worst. Again, better than zeros. Just imagine your hunter using it right now. How godlike that would be. It is the Worm Slayer. So hey, you got your Uber Rare, Chris. You requested it. I didn't believe. You believed. You're rewarded. That's what you get, Chad. Never stop believing, or you get punished. So I'm gonna go put away these spells. Good job, Chris. Pretty clean boss fight overall. I don't think we really misplayed anything. It went pretty quickly as well. Pretty happy with that. I mean, I guess we just go for the uber rare boss again? Question mark? Yeah, you gotta open the present. Did you get sealed J sword? The other sword that Chris is looking for? Yeah, what an amazing drop. Congratulations again, Chris. It literally could have rolled all zeros and it would still be usable. Photon Crystal? Okay, you know, not ideal, but you know what? We haven't gotten one from episode 4. I'd take that. Also, it's very weird we've played episode 4 this long and we haven't gotten the common rare, but we managed to get the rare boss in literally one attempt and get the boss rare in one attempt. But we can't get the common rare drop. Sure, game. Oh, RNG, you're so silly. But yeah, I did not know that Chamberlain could turn into Condrio. I have never seen that before. I have played episode 4 for like 300 plus hours on 2 different characters, and that is the first time I've ever seen that happen. I didn't even think it was possible. But I'll take it. So I guess we'll go again. I'll have Chris create the quest. And now everybody knows Chris too good. Hey Jupiter, hope you're doing well. We're just messing around in Phantasy Star Online. We managed to get one of the best rares in the game, just casually, you know, while showing off quests. You bought this game back in the day for the Tails Chow. Ooh, there you go. You're speaking Chris's language right there. That would make a lot of sense. I was gonna say Jupiter, have you ever played it though? I imagine that means you got it. Wait, did you get it for what's GameCube? I'm gonna say Dreamcast. I mean, yep, see, there we go. Antari/Chris in the chat. The truth is out there. Yeah. This game I think was a lot of fun as like a party game, but it's aged mostly well. I think there's some things that are kind of clunky. But it is what it is. It's a product of its time. And then you realize it's actually fun to play with friends. Yeah, it's kind of one of those things where I do like the story of the game, but man, it is just so much more fun to play with friends. Enjoy rare drops together. How are you doing, Jupiter? How'd the stream go? We briefly see the other loading zone. So Chris, we're gonna be doing retrieval into not the first one, but the second one on the retrieval list. I think it's like Lost Baton or something, but the bottom one. I'll have to restock some mana fluids and such. CV, always a good time. Well, that's great to hear. I was gonna bring this up in the retrospective, but since you're here, I guess I'll talk about it. I do want to play another Castlevania game for next year. I'll have to figure out a time Jupiter's able to watch, because I'll probably end up playing them in order. So I'll probably be doing Dissonance next. Been watching Jupiter play it for different runs, like the furniture and all those crazy things. I don't know if I'll go for a furniture run, but I would like to beat the game, see how it goes. Not doing Castlevania 64 again? No thanks. That game had its time in the sun. Speaking of which, I now get to try something else. I get to see Jupiter in the chat and get to select him with a shout out. Hey Jupiter, that's yet another reason to get a stream deck. Because I just did that command without touching the keyboard. Proof that it works. It's so good. Yeah, you should probably get the Stream Deck XL at some point, though, in all seriousness. Yeah, it's super good. So I use it for all my stream transitions, I use it for automated commands, and Try in the chat, well, give credit to him, showed me that there's a add-on for the Stream Deck where I get to see who's in the chat and select it. So I selected your name from the chat list. There we go. It's all useful stuff. That also reminds me, if you want to do like start, stop, chaos, all those little things, if you want to select people for the reward points, you could do it with the Stream Deck. And the nice thing is, because of the way you do it, Jupiter, you don't lose focus on the game, so you don't have to worry about it like, oh, did I click into the menu or any of that. You're just, no, just go in, you're fine. Pretty nice. Yeah, you can also do like kind of queued commands, which I'm not sure I have an example offhand. I guess I use it for like deception or things like that. Like if I'm rolling randomly, for example, like I could just tell it to just random triple for deception, for example, Jupiter, and it can do all of its little automated commands, and I don't have to touch that at all. Stream decks are amazing, Jupiter. Like if I just want to roll something random, or if I'm like, what randomizer am I playing today? I just put it in a command, let the game / the Stream Deck roll for me. Yeah, it's so good. What's also important with it, too, is if you have commands, for example, like muting the mic, or doing certain recordings, or jumping into studio mode, you can actually take advantage of keyboard controls that are not in most modern keyboards. So, for example, you might know that there's F1 to F12, but I'm not sure if Jupiter, for example, would be familiar with the fact that there's actually F13 to F24 on older keyboards, and all those key commands are completely unused. So that means that if you tell Stream Deck to use one of those key commands, you can just assign it to a button and it will have no conflict with anything at all in game. It's so good. You never have to worry about accidentally touching something while doing splits. You can reserve all those keys for hidden ones. Whatever you want to do, maybe you have a reset button on this hall if you just assign it there. And again, you never have to leave the stream focus on whatever you're touching. It's so good. Wait, enemies actually spawned in here? This is madness. How dare hallways not be safe entries between fight arenas? Hopefully you're also doing well, Tahunga. Or I guess I should hit B-Rix. Mess around in PSO. I'm just happy we managed to get an Uber on stream. That's just kind of goal accomplished with PSO. I showed off random quests and got one of the best weapons in the game. Nice. So this game I still love quite a bit, to the point that I definitely play more or less every character. I would say it's safe to say out of 12 classes, I play 11 out of 12 characters. So I know a lot of weird nuance and mechanics of the game. It's sort of flip in and out of bounds. Probably what you'll start with. Quite a lot of fun. The XL I would definitely recommend over the regular one, just because if you like the standard Stream Deck, XL is just better, unless you just don't have desk space for it. Definitely under no circumstance get the Mini, because you're just depriving yourself of buttons. That would be such a shame. Hello, pretty butterfly. Just leave you in the camera. See, there's the, oh look. Oh, look at the pretty butterfly. That would have worked there. It would have been an actual moment of that.
Oh wow, look at the pretty butterfly.
Exactly. I got a present randomly. Oh, sure. Let's open it up for chat to see. What did I get? A photon drop? Okay, pretty solid. Double photon drop, I'll take that. That'll end up as currency much later on. At the moment, I'm not using it for anything. Or I could use it to get a magical piece by spending 50 of them, I suppose. Which is the one I'm using right now, which is endgame. So, I have options. But for now, I'll just leave it as currency. Yeah, mini... See, like, the standard one is not bad. I like that you can nest folders. I think that's also important to kind of tell to people that haven't used it before, because you can literally make a folder per game. So if you're worried about, you know, like, oh, there's like, I don't know, there's like 15 buttons, and you're like, man, but I have so many scenes. And it's like, okay, just make a folder. And you have all that freedom and utility for you. Maybe one day, if I become more of a professional streamer, I'll try to get an animated intro, outro for scenes, and then I can run it via the Stream Deck. Maybe one day, we'll see. So what do you think? What do you think? Are we gonna get the rare boss again? Maybe I should throw a, maybe I should put a bet into the chat whether or not we will get lucky enough to get 2 of them. Somebody's doing Party Fiasco after defeating Sinnoh Blue. Just see, those people are doing the tried and true method of the no gamble. They did the safe bet. They're like, oh, after like 1,000 something kills, I'll probably get what I'm looking for from Sinnoh Blue. We went for the, oh, in like 20,000 we'll get it, but you know, we just decided to YOLO, I suppose. We were rewarded. So I mean, good for them for getting Excalibur, I guess. It is a good weapon. It said lame to Argent, but that's what it turns into. The game does love its grinding. But yeah, definitely tomorrow I have to prep a little bit for Chaos. Looking forward to that. But people are definitely interested in more Castlevania-y things. That will be most of tomorrow for sure. I think I'm either gonna go for... Ooh, maybe a Bat Seed, because I've never played one of those before. Or to do a safe, because I also don't usually play safe. I think we'll ignore playing casual for a little bit. Live differently. Just for a little bit. Or at least die in a different seed. I guess that's also more accurate. So we'll see. If we have enough time, maybe I'll squeeze in both seeds. It really just depends on the mercy of the chat. Ooh, I'm using ice. I should switch to my ice staff. That makes sense. Do more damage. There we go. Easy peasy. What am I doing fluid-wise? Not bad. Looks like overall, if I were to rate this quest in terms of, I would say, challenge variety and density, not super impressed with it so far. Maybe it'll pick up a bit more. We have a kill counter in the center of the screen, tracking XP. It's currently at 46, which is pretty low, not gonna lie. Then again, we are fighting some harder enemies, so supposedly we should get some interesting drops from them, but I guess we'll find out. The dream would be if one of us gets a Yashminikov. Because I would really like one with hit, potentially. We'll see how it goes from there. And then depending on how quick this quest goes, either we'll do a Christmas Fiasco, or we'll do some Streets of Rage remake. But definitely I don't want to burn Chris in the chat, aka Natch in the game, out. Because episode 1 Christmas Fiasco is definitely an ordeal. That's going to take at least like an hour 15, I would say, to clear. One run. Kind of brutal. But we can always do it another time. But overall, I'm pretty happy with what we showed off. I think there's only one character I want to show off if we do end up skipping Christmas Fiasco. Ooh, you say you don't mind an episode 1 Fiasco? Okay. Just not episode 2. That's fair enough. Most people do not enjoy episode 2. At least most people I have talked to have never enjoyed episode 2. They might like the music from it, or like very select things, and I do think the music in this game is pretty solid. But unfortunately, episode 2 is built differently. It's the most polite way I could really phrase that, and it's not really built in a good way, unfortunately. Yeah, that has a lot of problems with making interesting quests, and also it has really unfair monster gimmicks. I was just trying to think, like, what happened if you would take one of these enemies and put it in a game like Castlevania? How unfair Castlevania would be. Like, can you imagine if you were fighting, like, the literal boss death in Castlevania, but every one of his sites was insta-kill? Because that would be, like, the best equivalency. What were they thinking? It's true, it is not like the Thor dungeon or Peruti. Certainly something. Man, these enemies are just swinging their arms around and not letting me cast spells. But I think they've stopped. For now, at least. Actually, I should switch over to Cleo if I'm gonna grants. Might as well enhance her light damage. Could be fun. I was gonna say, that's such a Jupiter thing to say. I was gonna say, most people streaming something like a ROM hack on one of the Castlevania games will give up in despair. They'll just look at this, they'll go, how can somebody beat it? And then we'll see Jupiter, maybe first time it, beat it in like an hour. Got a lot to live up to if you're gonna stream after a Jupiter stream. But I think I myself was catching up on some of what Jupiter had been doing. I think I just finished watching the Dawn hack, because I only saw part of it before. It seemed interesting. I think of the ones played, that one, if I can get past the beginning, it looks fun. But man, that beginning looks really unfun. Trying to dodge all those spearmen thrusting upwards as you're trying to deal battle with a Manticore. Like, quite an ordeal for the first 20 minutes of gameplay. But definitely worth trying. But I think before I do any kind of ROM hacks or something like that for Castlevania, I should actually beat some of those games. I still have to play Aria at some point. That one's for Jupiter. I'll let Jupiter know way ahead of time. I'm just gonna go, I'm ready for it. It's gonna be our Thursday game going forward. I'm just gonna go try it, see how we feel. Watch as I somehow get no souls. I'm ready for it. Yeah, I think just yesterday, Jupiter, some people were talking, I think like Dinner Dog, for example, and God's Child were mentioning co-op races. They were asking if I was interested. I don't know. Let's see. I said to them, I think I need a lot more practice. There's a lot of basic strats I could be doing to save a lot of time. I don't know if I'll ever like race, but I wouldn't mind playing alongside just to get experience with playing the game. But definitely, I would say you opened my eyes to playing more Castlevania games. So at some point, it'd be fun to try some of those. I know you had a blast with Persephone. I think I saw a few runs of that. See, that one looked like I could definitely do that one. When I watched that one, I'm like, okay, if I like the core game, I think I could do this one. Or when you play Circle of the Moon randomizer, which I really need to do. That one's like, yeah, I think this fixes a lot of issues I had with general exploration in the game, other than obviously trying to find the hidden rooms. But in terms of rewarding you for exploring, I think it makes the game a lot more interesting. So that's definitely on the list for sure next year. Or if there's some downtime, maybe I'll do it on Thursdays going forward. We'll see. Maybe it'll be Castlevania Thursday. Do like part of an RPG into that one. I know Jupiter tends to be streaming kind of late. So if I end up doing a different game for the first 2 hours, it gives Jupiter a chance to do other things, like order food. The more important thing other than streaming. Yeah, I definitely want to try a bit more fighter mode. You know what's kind of a shame? I unlocked fighter mode and then I just never got around to playing it. I think I kind of walked Chris through playing Circle of the Moon based off the experiences watching Jupiter play. So he has now beaten the game. He has done the Magician any percent, technically. So he is clipped out of bounds. So the knowledge is forever propagating forwards. That glitch is surprisingly easy to do. Yeah, just like a little bit of a buffer setup if you're not used to the super speed input. Pretty consistent. I was gonna say, technically too, if Chris wanted to play Soten, we wanted to practice some co-op stuff. I was gonna say, by all means, Chris, you're already gaming on the stream. If you're interested, you can end up doing a co-op of it. It's like, oh no, the pressure. Fine, you don't have to. You've never played Soten? Oh no. We'll have to fix that in the future. Although I think I owe you a vanilla run of Soten so you know where to go. Even I don't remember where to go. I've only seen the randomizer pretty much. Be more impressive on a PSO stream than a Soten one. Oh. I was gonna say, depending on how we have it set up, technically, I could try to share your screen onto the stream for the co-ops. I was thinking about what would make the most sense for a co-op stream, if people would be interested in seeing what the other player is doing, if they happen to not be streaming. I was thinking about that. I have a setup already for that with the 3DS. The 3DS requires you to have two mini screens anyway. I think that could be fun. People can just watch where he is in the castle. If he opens up the map, they'll know. But I am very much looking forward to I would say the end of Tales of Eternia, but definitely next year with the game potentials. Oh, stupid lost. Oh, something interesting to drop over here. Oh, just the big material. Never mind. Comment rescinded. Nothing interesting dropped. How's the XP per second doing? Not that different. Ooh, painful. So again, this is another quest I'd probably not play again, other than to just have more variety when I play. I'm going for like purely optimal stuff, but it's good to know to do some data analysis of what is available in any given chapter in this game. Had them in kind of a weird cycle there. They were just kind of doing the same attack over and over. Now, unfortunately, I'm not able to chain lightning them, as this would be the ideal stun lock against Warren Detonator. Because I have Mag Blast. I think at some point, Chris, you and I are going to just stand still together. That'll be the universal sign I want to do the Mag Blast. Your buffs are slowly wearing off. There we go. There we go. I wanted to make sure they were debuffed first so I don't take any surprise damage. Goodbye, all the enemies. Unfortunately, my item reader is telling me that nothing of interest has dropped still. Wow, Chris killed them instantly. Those poor rappies. All they want to do is be the game's mascot, and they just get murdered endlessly in this game. I was actually laughing about it, but maybe one day I should try to stream a Sonic game. I have never actually played any of the adventure games. I'm sure that'll be a disaster. That'll be for Chris's birthday for sure, though. Yeah, see, I'm seeing a yes, please. Definitely stream the Sonic. All the Sonic? Well, I don't know about all of them. Listen, I know enough to say no to some of them. Like Sonic 06, anybody that recommends that, they're not your friend. All they want to do is see you suffer. They're not your friend. Just give up. It's over. Yeah, I see that evil laughter. Or excuse me, now loading 06. And that load screen time is atrocious. I've seen people speedrun a few of them, so it's not like I'm completely unfamiliar with it. Yeah, the troll face in the chat from Chris. I am looking forward to new beginnings. I'm just kind of putting a list together as we talk. The things I mentioned in the stream I write down for later. I'm going to have a year retrospective for sure next Thursday. I have a lot of things to potentially rate and some games I will potentially play. It'll be fun organizing that out. Or letting the chat make an OC in Sonic Forces. Ooh. That sounds like that could be interesting. Refoe level 29? Not a bad drop. I think I'll take that. So far, no Yashminikov, so rest in peace. The rare dream might be over. Although I've lost all sense of time if this is the same area we started in, to be honest with you. This quest is a little long. But it is what it is. Oh, you know what I just remembered, but I didn't write it down. We never did the 99 floor challenge, I think, in Ephinea Mystery Dungeon. I have to go back to that. That's going to be more of a weekend affair, though, versus a weekday. That could be a lot of fun. I was like, I love showing mastery over that game. I'll play that game again any day. Oh, I didn't realize we were being attacked. I was menuing. Oops. My bad. Just thought we were having a casual little stroll to the end zone. The answer was no. Goodbye, Zoo. I don't think you drop anything interesting in purple ID, so if your item is lost to the abyss, I think I'm okay with that. It's only the Gorons and the satellite lizards, I think, that drop something interesting on purple. Not a whole ton of enemies that could potentially give a good rare, but better than 0, I guess. But I am definitely open to more games in the future. I think I'm mostly happy with our format of splitting the game up on Thursday. And I think also potentially splitting it up on Sunday could be fun, as long as it's not the same game we split on. Hello, Gutter Baloo. Well, that Slicer Fanatic looks like it's hitting way more consistently than before. Feel bad for it. It just stands no chance. Why did I buff? They're still super buffs. They don't stack. It's such a habit. I saw it down to like 3 minutes, and I'm like, oh, let me refresh. Bad choice. That is not the correct item. I feel like we have to be getting close, but it is episode 4, so we could either be 2 rooms away or like 8. But we're getting close to the boss, and then we can say goodbye to the quest. Goodbye, simple, basic enemies. I cannot believe I'm at 43% to level off this quest. I had over 1.1 million XP needed to level, which is an insane amount. You shouldn't actually like play for the sake of hitting max level in this game. The fact that I'm almost halfway there on stream again is kind of silly. I guess that is the good side of playing episode 4. Even if the quests are long, the enemies are just worth more XP. Oh, are you trying to kill with Lame to Argent? Ooh, you brave soul. Not recommended. Oh, there's a healing circle in this quest? Oh, I wish I knew. Dang. So that will just full recharge my TP. Could have saved some items. Guess it's better than nothing. I think this quest is easy, so why not get some kills in? You say so. You only need, what is it, 1,000 kills with that weapon for it to become the good sword. So I guess you're 3 closer, question mark? It's gonna take a while. Oh, Vertigo? Hello. We'll take this enemy. Oh, 93 so far? Oh, you've been whittling it most of the match. Oh, I only saw it recently. Alright, I guess you're slowly getting there. I think it also counts as long as you hit it and I kill it towards your kill count, which is kind of nice. Ooh, so close, so close. Satellite lizards objected to you saying the quest was easy. They decided to spawn with Goron detonators. What a nasty combo. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, I wasn't paying attention. I thought I had 481 health, not 81 health. My bad. Rest in peace. I'm dead. Thank you for the revive. Let's get some buffs. I think what happened is the buff wore off, and I was just subconsciously thinking I still had the super buff defense. So I was like, yeah, I can take 5 hits. Doesn't matter. What you get for being careless. In reference to me, not Chris. Goodbye, Goron Detonator. Ooh, Marissa's gross. I'm gonna walk over here and not deal with them. Wow, they do that much while debuff? Crazy. Oh, I love playing the Force. I can heal myself so much. Just a giant MP battery. Easy. Yeah, I think we'll conclude on the Christmas Fiasco, because that one's gonna take forever, for sure. I'll show off the Newman Hunter very, very briefly. Just to say that we showed off all Newmans. But I definitely don't want to do another quest after that. Oh hey, I got Mech Blast again. That's convenient. Goodbye, simple enemies. Yeah, there's a lot more to talk about, I would say, in terms of episode 1 compared to episode 4. We kind of played these enemies before, we know what to expect. Episode 1, on the other hand, oh boy, doing those mine level areas is gonna be so interesting. I wonder how many times we're gonna... Oh, there's a switch over here. What does this do? Oh, it's just suddenly Marissa. Well, how about no? What if I don't want to deal with the 6 Marissa room? How about that game? No. I did get baited. It was like, you're like, hey, is this a switch to disable camera? And it's like, no, it is death. Now, if any of them were the rare Marissa, I might have fought them, but... Hello, giant Rappy. Look at that, it's bigger than I am. What a big mascot animal. It's just bonking me with its drill beak. Stop that. I was thinking about if one of my emotes would ever end up being the Rappy. I feel like that one's pretty iconic for PSO. We do play PSO quite a bit. We have a ton from Berseria. That took a long time to assemble, let me tell you, chat. That was not straightforward, making those emotes. That was unfortunate how unstraightforward that was. But I'm happy with the emotes the way they are for the most part. This is mostly unlocking new slots, I suppose. It's a shame I can't, like, as an option, allow people to just get, like, the tier 3, for example, emotes. So those slots are just kind of unused for the most part. Kind of like the cheering of bits one as well. I wish there was like you could just do like, oh, it's free for a day. You just gift it out like as like a raffle prize, for example. It doesn't have to be something the user necessarily has ownership of, because I know they want to put priority on Twitch's subscription model, which I don't really care about, honestly. But yeah, just kind of a shame it can't be used. Yeah. The only time I was thinking about tier 3 was specifically to troll Jupiter and use that owl emote. Just thinking about it. It was tempting. He put it in there. He said not to use it. And I'm like, well, now I want to use it. It's there. Let's see. Owl is banned. I guess the only thing that's kind of nice is if you're on other people's streams, you could use the tier 2 and tier 3, the emote in other people's streams. But apparently Al is hard banned. This we learned. Let's see. Get these enemies off of us. Easy peasy enemies. As long as I don't get sandwiched between the satellite lizards and the Gorons, aka the extendy arms, I think I'm okay. Threat of dying is pretty low. We're pretty endgame at this point. Actually, we removed your tier 3. Maybe if you get big in 5 years, you'll use it. Well, I would say, I mean, again, you can use it for your own personal usage. That's the way I kind of view the tier 3s. Like, what do you want to do that's different that most people don't get to see? You gotta put it on there. I am a little sad you can only use the follower emotes on your own channel. Because I was like, hey, this is a great way for, you know, people to use more emotes and you promote yourself across different streams unintentionally. Or maybe people will just like it and they'll follow you just because they're like, oh, I like those emotes. But then it's like, no, only on my stream. I was like, oh, let me reorganize things. Hold on. What a shame. I mean, I'm happy that they're there. It's definitely better than nothing, but still a little sad. Okay, I am looking at the map of this quest. How long have we been in this area? Hold on. Look at this map. Oh my gosh. Anyway, it was like the size of the Castlevania map. It's like, oh no. Hold on, am I gonna take a warp? Am I gonna end up in Castle B? What's happening? I had to scroll the map, like, it's not a good sign. It's too big, chat, it's too big. But definitely, I think my goal every time... Oh, you got 13, nice. That's actually an acceptable rare. Seems like you got it from a box of all things. But one thing I want to say, I guess my goal every day that I go to stream, or if not every day, I try to make it every day, is to learn something new, either about Twitch, or about the services I'm using, or just something in general to try to improve the quality of life on the stream. The try definitely was a big help with that. I'm just going to give them shout-outs again for the shout-out button. But in general, it looks like there's a lot of interesting third-party utilities I could be looking into to make my life easier via Stream Decks. Like, I saw, for example, a lot of things that Tri had been using were different third-party sources, potentially. I saw the soundboards, I saw the voice modulators, I saw a whole bunch of things. Whether or not I want to use them on my stream is, you know, kind of personal preference. But, you know, definitely things like the shout-out button, so that way I'm not fiddling around, wasting time when I could just be playing a game, or doing the setup is interesting. I saw one I'm not sure I will use or not, but I think it is very interesting, especially for people that are looking for more ways to get bang for your buck for the Stream Deck. There's actually a third-party utility where it can memorize the position of all your windows, and you could just assign it basically. Let's say you want to have a guide open and you want to see your streaming window and you want to see your game in certain focus. For example, ooh, you got a present, nice. You can actually have it set up for that. R-Raider has Discord for more info and updates. It's good to know. So you can actually just have it set up for different games. That way you don't have to think about it. I might take advantage of that on a couple games that are more consistent in the stream. I'm more of, I guess, what would be considered a variety streamer, so I play on all different systems with all different sources, so I don't know if that'll work for me specifically, but definitely for people that stick, for example, to all day, like a PS1 or a Game Boy, and they're tired of, you know, maybe they're doing checks one way, but when they go to play, it's another. That did actually seem really interesting, so I'll probably give that a shot in the near future. I did see some pretty crazy things that you can end up doing with the Stream Decks, like controlling the gamer lights. Like, I'm not somebody that happens to use the camera when it comes to gaming, but I know other people would be interested in knowing that they could just press a button and have like automated lights in that sense. It's kind of neat. I think maybe even Dragon Blitz uses that form of Stream Deck. So he goes through it pretty quickly. I don't think he's messing with the application each time. Oh, there we go. So yeah, I think my big thing was kind of automating the message, I think at the beginning of streams for the countdown. So I have it refresh all my scenes, then it starts the stream, then it sends out a message, then it plays a Twitch ad automatically, and then it goes forward. I think having that automated for me was just like so good. So that way the people that are coming in early are either already subscribed to me and they tend to be watching anyway that early, or for the people that get the stream notification, they're going to be getting it like 4 to 5 minutes late anyway. I don't really want them to see the pre-roll ads, so me running it within the first 20 seconds for like a minute and a half maximizes the amount of time people will not receive the pre-roll. So like I'm trying to learn more about how Twitch works. I'm getting there. I understand it a bit better. And I just want it to be a better viewing experience. And oh my gosh, this was only the first half of the quest. How long is this quest? I thought this was going to the boss. Little did I know, chat. Wishful thinking. Wow, this is a very long quest. But I find it very useful. And I do think with the Bar Raider third-party app that Try is mentioning in the chat, I think that form of Twitch playing ads is more consistent than the Stream Deck's playing of ads. I don't know if you've had this problem before, Try, or if you've ever tried it before. I've had it where, like, I've hit the button, but it doesn't necessarily do anything with the out-of-the-box Stream Deck play ad. It's like, I don't know if it's, like, too early in the stream, or I don't have, like, the stream manager open. I'm not really sure specifically which one of those two is the problem. But I've tried the utility one on a timer, and it has been so good, Try. It has been so good to me. Like, all I did, I gave it, like, roughly 27 seconds, I think, to try to get past that initial period where it can't do the ads. And so far, it hasn't dropped one, to my knowledge. That's been good. You know, all the functionality that you would have from logging into the Twitch manager, the stream manager, you could just get on the Stream Deck itself. That way you don't even need to open another window for it. It still helps for, like, banning people, I guess. I mean, you could do it through Stream Decks, but it's probably faster to just be able to click at that point if you're already on a break. Well, like, yeah, I guess I could also use the shout-out for banning people. I didn't really think of that until just now, but that could be useful. We're timing out people. There's a lot of admin tools you can reuse, I suppose. Could be fun. I think that also lets you update the game title dynamically, although I haven't played around with that one as much, and that one seems like it's a lot harder to use. Just because I imagine if you can't give it like a leading letter, or unless it like alphabetizes it, I feel like that would just take too long. Like even if I pressed only like 5 or 6 buttons for it, I feel like that would be too much. Although I do think you have the option to preload game titles into it, and that also would make a lot of sense to do. So yeah, there's definitely a lot of untapped potential, I feel, for the Stream Deck for me. But I feel like I'm taking advantage of more of it now. Thinking of making a panic button that turns on the sub-only mode, that's a good example of when you want the Stream Deck, for sure. And you can even tie that in, Try, I would say, as a multi-action, to also force it to go to your BRB screen. That way you have time to address it. Or if you want one reserved specifically without chat. Like, it all depends on how you have the chat set up. Like, technically, if you have chat set up in a separate source, you could literally just toggle off the chat as well while going to the BRB, so that way it's not shown at all, and you're given, like, kind of a technical difficulty screen. But yeah, there's just so much potential with it. I have to think about it. What I would want from the Stream Deck at this point. Might need a second deck at this point. I would say it's not that you need a second deck. I would say just use folders. Using folders is so good. Just if you have too many commands that are related to each other, just put them in one folder. I like to have one folder just for scenes, one for general maintenance commands. If you want to have like the rarely used ones, you can have a panic folder. But all of your voice stuff, I imagine you would also have in a separate folder, just to keep like very clean separation. I think that would probably ease what you have. Your landing page might have like access to each of these folders. That way you're not going like folderception where you just end up lost in a maze and you forget how you get there. But I would say it's okay to probably nest up to 2 than like sanity reasons. Like, if you just want to have a folder that's, like, game commands, and then you click on the game commands, and you have one for general commands inside, and then one for, like, chaos randomizer, that could be fun. So I know I have one set aside for chaos, for sure. I'm not typing into chat when I'm playing chaos. Like, no way. Listen, I have enough on my mind. I want that automated. I don't want to lose focus of the game. Ooh, ray gun with 30 hit. Oh, only had slightly more. But yeah, definitely with this new utility, I'm thinking about more ways to take advantage of it. Like I mentioned, the give chaos points. I think it's going to be a good one. Or like one that I should have already had is I should automate the help for chaos. That way when people ask me something that I know I have a command for, I could just use the command on it. I'm sure Jupiter would love to do that with the damage stacks. Just press a button and it just does it for him. You just go refer to chat. Doesn't need to worry about anything. I'm not sure about its capability of starting a poll. I wouldn't want to look at. Oh, I'm gonna die. Oh, didn't die. Okay, that's what's important. Hackers are banned. Doing everything the hard way. But yeah, those Oh, no, I don't. I don't mean use the macros to play the game. I mean more the macro to put into your chat, like your Twitch chat. Like you have the exclamation mark damage scaling. That way you don't need to spend the time typing. But yeah, no game macros. Yeah, that would be cheating. That way, if you have all your favorites, you can just go to there. You should just jump to Stream Deck Boosted Harmony in the future. I mean, you could. Nothing stops you from running multiple series of commands and timing the milliseconds in between. You could. I'm not going to say it couldn't happen. But I just find it more useful from the stream management standpoint. Yeah, see, so you're saying like they have to be set before? Like that, those words to Jupiter are, I can press a button and set up crab bet. Can you imagine a world where crab bet is just a button away? So crazy. What a world we live in. Boy. I'm trying to think about like what ones I would want to have automated. It's such a meme. It kind of is. Unfortunately, Chris in the chat and Chris in the PSO is not aware of Order of Ecclesia. I will probably have to stream it at some point so Chris becomes aware. He will learn one day what it means. Believe in crab, let it destroy hopes and dreams. One day. Also, geez, I'm getting low on Tri-Fluid. What a dungeon. I actually ran out of fluid on this character, of all characters. Most MP in the game, didn't matter. Brutal. So unless, Chris, you have a lot of Tri-Fluids, I have to go back really soon. Yeah, I need them. I'm down to literally one. It's been a brutal dungeon. And all 10. Okay. Let me use... Wait, or do I not have any? Oh, I actually have 2. Hold on, Rafi. Don't go away. Did you pick those... Oh, and you have one. Hold on. Did you pick up those 2 that I dropped, and I'll pick up the 10? We'll do an exchange. There we go. Thank you for the restock mid-dungeon. Definitely an endurance test, this quest. Did miss another power material. Dang, I wasn't paying attention. Oh, it's this room? Oh, no. Oh no, we're gonna be here a while, chat. I don't even see the exit in this room. Oh no. Prepare to enter this room like 5 more times. This is attempt number 1. I can already see 3 doors from our starting position, possibly 4. Some of them lead to dead ends and are not true doors. How unfortunate. Oh my gosh, it finally happened, Chris. You're never gonna believe what dropped. It only took like 7 hours to get a common rare in this game. That makes sense. Madness. So let's see, what else is on the plate? More Castlevania. As I said before, I'm leaning towards a bat seed. I don't know how to make one of those, but I might just pull whatever's in the stream chat. Or not the stream chat, the race Discord. And just play it. Although, I do have to say, I barely know how to use bat due to chaos. I would never have bat. So that'll be a fun experience to get a potential guaranteed bat. I do need to practice somehow. Goodbye, Marissa's. Okay, we opened up one doorway, which led to a warp, which will probably lead to another room, which leads to another room, which leads back to a warp back to this area. So we're just gonna go full circle. Essentially, our progress here is meaningless, I think is what's about to happen. Yeah, it's pretty much meaningless. We're gonna be here a while. I was gonna say, at this rate, I don't even know if I can do the episode 1 fiasco. If this takes like another 30 minutes, I'm not gonna do it. But we'll see. Oh, speaking of which, Try, did you decide if you were continuing Valkyrie profile? Gonna wait? Something lined up like Final Fantasy Tactics? I know I said I was going to take a little while before we go into another Valkyrie profile. But no way. It came from a box? I don't know what's going on with the seed. I don't know what's going on with the seed. Ah, why am I getting box rares? Waiting till March is too long. That's unfortunate. I would say wait a little bit. I know. How did we get Photon Crystal from a box? Almost the same. We barely destroy any boxes in this game compared to some of the lizards. Yeah, it's gonna take a while because I'm gonna be doing Shadow Hearts for sure. I'm assuming the game is gonna take about 40 hours to clear. So if I start it in December, I'm probably gonna take all of January. Maybe part of February, and then I need about a week to set up for Valkyrie Profile 1, and then I'm good to go. Thinking of Final Fantasy Tactics. Tactics is going to take a while to 100%. It depends on what you mean by 100% in that game. I don't even know what that means in that game, to be honest with you. Is that like every character you have is max class? Like, do you consider that part of 100% with every ability? Or is it just going through all the side stories? With all items? Okay, you're still figuring it out too, I was gonna say. I don't know about that. I'm gonna listen, my time of Final Fantasy Tactics was negotiating with a level 92 red chocobo that could summon Meteor, and then laughing as I used it to destroy everything in story mode. Because nothing is that high level. Great music in that game. I do miss the music in it for sure. Kind of wish the ports were a little more solid. I know, for example, there were a lot of complaints with I think it's War of the Raging Lions, the PSP release. A lot of people complaining about slowdown in that game, which is kind of crazy. Maxing out jobs is very grindy and not much fun to watch. It takes so long. If you don't cheat that, just ungodly amount of hours, especially if you did it for multiple characters. I'm now thinking back to what was the first game that I exploited? Just thinking about it. Would you consider it an exploit using, like, knowing to Phoenix down the Phantom Train, for example, in Final Fantasy? I was just curious what people remember. The first time they did like an exploit or a cheat in a game, what game it happened to be. I'm very tempted to say for me it was Secret of Mana. I'm thinking really hard if there's anything else I would have exploited as hard as that game. The answer is, I think, no. Isn't it, though? Yeah, that 2-player co-op cheese and Secret of Mana. Pokemon Red for you? Yeah, see, I would have said that, but that's actually... I actually played Secret of Mana before Pokemon. Because I think almost everybody did Missing No of, like, a certain age. It was, like, one of their first big exploits. But actually, for me, it wasn't. Surprisingly. Secret of Mana is so broken. I love it, though. We'll be streaming that for sure. For sure, it is on the list. That's a game that I could potentially get some co-op action in, actually, now that I think about it. Even though it's on the Switch, I could still probably do co-op with it if people don't mind a small delay. It's not a super combo-heavy base game. So if people wanted, I will open that up to Parsec. Because I have a, well, I don't have it out in front of me, but I have a device that will actually allow you to do long-distance controller inputs on things like the PlayStation 3 and the Switch. So that way people playing Player 2 could literally just be all the way across the world. I don't have to worry about local co-op or any of that. Because we did use it for, I think, Onimusha, so I know it works. Pretty fun. Definitely opens up the Switch, I think, a bit more. Because that's a system I kind of bought and didn't do anything with, to be honest with you. I got it for 2 games. One of them was disappointing, and I don't want to talk about that one. But I will talk about Rune Factory 4, which we are absolutely going to play again. Man, that game is so good. That game is like what I wanted Zelda to be. It's like a little too anime for me at points, I would say, with some of the cliches. But in terms of the action of that game, uncontested, I would play that over a Zelda handhold any day. It's so good. I love like the charge attacks, the dodge rolls. You know, you have different levels of magic. Just love it so much. We'll be playing, I think, we played the Switch version. I played the 3DS version on my own, so we'll probably play the Steam version in the near future. Yeah, that's a game that has, like, so much for everybody. Like, I can't even, like, I can't think of a single system in it that, like, wouldn't appeal to somebody. Whether or not the cohesive whole appeals to somebody is a different question. But, I mean, if you ever wanted something that was sort of like Harvest Moon in terms of, like, town events, meeting people, and actual farming, but you wanted to mix that in with monster raising and training, and also wanted to mix it in with your own crafting system and create super weapons, or maybe you're just interested in interesting combat and, you know, forging, like, super resistances for specific bosses, you like different difficulties, you're more into the combat runs, maybe you want to do endless dungeons, and the game has everything. And the best part is if you explore every one of those components, it levels up your character in some way. So build up a lot of relationships with people and do that kind of thing, and your healing magic gets really strong. Or do a lot of crafting, you build up stamina. Stamina is needed to do farming activities or also to do attacks. And again, if you don't want to do certain components of the game, the further you get in, the more you can kind of automate it. For people that like to do it by hand, you don't have to take advantage of some of the shortcuts. For people that are like, hey, wouldn't it be cool if I could just have these monster parts farmed for crafting by just raising them? It's there for you. Speaking of which, speaking of there for you, hello Triple Zoo. Please don't kill Chris. Here we go. That game is so fun. I want to play it again for sure. We'll be playing on max difficulty. I won't have it any other way. We're going in with all the exploits. We'll be fine. Chat will pick the character gender, I think, and if I end up teaming up with people. I think we'll have popularity contest votes. Well, that's another thing in that game. You can make the villagers, like, armed to the teeth, and they go into missions with you. And it is amazing seeing a little girl carrying around a watering can and just absolutely wrecking the final boss. It's just the funniest thing in the world to me. Like, yes, please. Rune Factory 4. What a great game. You don't need to play the previous games to enjoy it. It's a standalone. So good. But I for sure will be revisiting that. A couple of our sound clips are from that game. The what? In particular. Oh boy, I'm getting hammered. Please let me move. Oh, I'm in trouble. Get me out of the loop. Okay, I'm out of the loop. Good. Okay, I can play the game again. It's kind of scary because my back was to the wall and they were just kind of shoving me around. Now giving me an opportunity to move. This quest is so long, we got 205,000 experience. Wow. That is actual madness. If I was like 30 levels lower, this would have leveled me already. Madness. Yeah, I love that game so much. I'm hoping the 5th game is actually good. I'm waiting for it to come out on a system that I would play it on, though. I heard it had a lot of performance issues, which has me concerned. So I'm hoping they get ironed out, or if they do a port to PC, that it doesn't have those issues. Oh my gosh, I see a healing circle in the final boss area, and I know we still have 4 rooms to go before that final boss. But why, though? Well, anyway, I guess I'll take advantage of the healing circle. I know, there's somehow another area. I don't understand. They really wanted to make sure that you understood this was episode 4, apparently. I kind of wish I had a tracker open for how many enemies I killed. I feel like it's going over 700, which is kind of insane. So your Excalibur is going to be getting a ton of levels for sure. I'm trying to think for Try, if there's anything I'd ask him if he's played before and enjoyed. I have to kind of think about it. Have you played, like, any of the Lufia games, for example, Try? Because that seems like something you would enjoy if you haven't played them before. Lufia 1, okay. I was thinking about potentially on the PlayStation 1 going back to... Oh, hold on. Hold that thought as I get murdered. Didn't beat Lufia 1? That's a shame. I think most people enjoy, I think it's Lufia 2, Rise of the Sinestrals. I think generally people like that a bit more. But in general, I was also thinking about like PlayStation 1 RPGs that I know I'm probably going to play at some point. I just don't know when. Like, for example, I would say a classic that some people probably haven't played would be Lunar Silver Star Story. And pretty much all of the Wild Arms series. Probably play that on stream. You know what? I've always been meaning to go back to Grandia as well to see if that game held up. That kind of is in the vein of I started it and I thought it had some really cool mechanics, but I don't know if it still holds up today. I've only played Wild Arms 1. I've played, I think, 1 and 2 before, but 2 I played probably much less than 1. So that one would be basically a blind playthrough. 1, I remember portions of it still. I think we mentioned Legend of Dragon, or not Legend of Dragon. Where is it, Legend? It is Legend of Dragon. I was thinking Panzer Dragoon for some reason. Which, not even remotely similar in genre. But eventually I want to play that game, but I'll probably play with the ROM hack, because they have a patch version, I would say, for quality of life changes, like holding more equipment items and other party members not in your active party gain passive experience. So just quality of life things. Holding more inventory items would also be good, and that's one of the things it does. hard mode, ROM hack, or Legend of Mana. I mean, there is a hard mode for the game. They mean even higher than the hard mode. I forget what they call it in game though. You don't unlock it until you beat the game. Legend of Mana I'll eventually do as part of the Mana series for sure. That game I need a lot of setup for. I think I still have one of my old personal guides I wrote. I'll probably just reflect on that and see if there's anything I need to update with speedrun strats, honestly. Like what artifacts I should put first, which quests lead to certain items that I need, where they need to position to get the Domina mini games, where I should position them for the most side quests. Like all of that is written down. I think I even have a screenshot of where to start the game. Blocking some attacks. Interesting. I'm trying to think what I ended up playing the game the most with. I know I was not a fan of staff. It might have been fists. I might have just won with fists, because I think that had the most attack cancels out of the other moves. So I did like jabs into specials, into grapple resets, into like spin, for example, to dizzy the enemy, combo loop. But I think there's another weapon that just combo loops by itself. I think, was it spear? There was some larger weapon that looped into itself. It wasn't sword, that much I remember. It might have been spear. Where you could just dizzy loop enemies. That was pretty broken. I'm pretty sure it was spear. I kind of remember a twirling animation, and it definitely wasn't staff. Yeah, that one I had like such a complex setup on, but basically that poor starting boss, I just looped over and over and over again, and he never escaped stun. Poor giant ape beast thing. I'm so disgusted there's still more to this stage. Why? But why though? What? Just... Mercy, mercy. Let me beat the level. Healing circle? Where's it at? Oh, back there? Sure. I mean, I'm holding my mag blast for the boss, but it is very tempting to use at the moment. Yeah, I want to say I gravitated more towards not like, definitely not platforming games, but I would say kind of the quasi-action games. I was a big fan of like Sengoku Basara. Hey Kirk, how you doing? I wasn't sure if we'd see you today. Welcome back to the stream, Kirk. I was gonna say if you were here earlier, I would have paused to do Hades, but I think now I've hard committed to PSO. Might as well run it out. No worries at all. You don't have to apologize, Kirk. You're doing Christmas things. Completely understandable. Played most of the platformers growing up, so your RPG talk is probably confusing. Poor Chris. Yeah, see, these are all games I have to introduce to Chris. That's all. And Kirk, probably. Although I think Kirk's probably played some RPGs that we've talked about. Maybe not all of them, but probably a few. You're doing well. I'm feeling better. I got a booster shot last week, and I felt horrible for a really long time. And I was like, I really hope this goes away soon. It was not pleasant. But eventually it subsided. I felt bad because I normally watch other people's streams and support, or I'm like a mod in some people's streams. But I was like, I can't even look at the screen. It was so bad. You started your 3 weeks vacation, nice. Yeah, I'm only on a 1 week, unfortunately. Why the US has such short and ridiculously inconsistent vacation times is beyond me. Like, I think now I'm up to 15 days total, and then 3 admin on a public job. For the private sector, you don't get that at all. It's if you don't work, you don't get paid. It's just that simple. There's no cushion whatsoever. Yeah. I mean, for me, it's like literally 15 days, 3 admin days. That's it, I think, for me at the moment. So outside of holidays, I don't get additional weeks. So kind of brutal. Definitely the people working in the private sector have it worse, but still not as good as other countries for sure. Really silly. Ooh, I love that double freeze. Excellent. Fortunately, that mine material, I think, is out of reach. I think it spawned on the other side of that gate, which really sucks. A rare enemy. Okay. Sure, I don't know what purple rare Mercer drop is, but maybe we'll find out. Yeah, Kirk, don't forget tomorrow is definitely going to be Chaos. And will probably be a mix of Hades and Chaos. I was gonna say, technically, Kirk, if you were free earlier, I would start the stream even earlier, just because it would start with the Hades run. Just get that out of the way, and then as we get closer to normal streaming hour, just do like 2 seeds of Chaos. But we'll see. I think at minimum, I want to get 1 Hades run in. Oh, you got a Felix Seas. Okay. Nice. That's one of the... I'm gonna say super rare guns, but it's part of a combination that forms one of the rarest handguns in the game today. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me it's a double A drop. If that drop with hit, you can actually get a lot on the Ephinea market for it. Because this one is the easier one to farm of the 2 components. So people will just use that as the base for the stats when they're crafting it. So if that thing had like 40 hit, you bet you would get like easy free items. You could probably ask for some S ranks for sure. Some people just love to collect those items. Oh, please don't kill me. I am not liking what the Garter Baloo is doing. Please don't pull me into death. No. Oh, no hit. It's still okay. If you don't have one, you might as well just keep it. Who knows? Maybe one day you'll get the Heaven Punisher from the Hilda-Bear blue ID drop. That one's kind of like one of those infamous runs, like Purple Lilies for Psycho 1. Hopefully things are going well for you, Kirk. Don't really have too much planned for Christmas. I will probably still have my morning stream. I might have to cut it a little short for family. Then after that, I don't know. I might still stream in the evening, more PSO. We'll see. I'm just getting pulled repeatedly backwards. Will they not leave me alone? Well, goodbye all those tri-fluids. Chris gave me basically 8. I'm down to 3. And that Gerda Bulu is just ridiculous. Okay, finally, I can go restock the TP on this particular healing circle. Do I want more? No, I should be fine with the healing circle and like 1 tri-fluid. It's just more annoying that like I had to use one earlier. I could have just kept it and saved money. Okay, so now, when we go into this next area, we will finally, hopefully, there's not another floor. Oh gosh, there's another floor. If this does not go straight to the boss, I'm gonna be very cross with the game. It is not going straight to the boss. Okay, I'm just gonna Mag Blast. Just gonna Mag Blast. There we... Oh no, Chris Mylid. No, we used the same one. Rest in peace. Oh well. Goodbye, Mag Blast. It's okay, it happens. Listen, we're in it for the long haul at this point. This quest XP must be completely crazy in the double XP weeks. Absolute madness, chat. But yeah, this quest was far longer than it looked on paper. I think just because it spread the waves out so much. Like, I had a feeling it would be like a 50-minute quest. When I looked at the enemy list, I'm like, this is by no means a short quest. But like an hour and 20-minute quest? No. Yeah, there's no way I was thinking from that. I'm like, oh, it'll just spawn like 6 Gerda-Baloos, and that'll be all the Gerda-Baloos there. It'll be in like the big round room. That sometimes happens. Wrong. But it's okay. We've committed. But I think definitely at this rate, Christmas Fiasco Episode 1 is out. There's no way. If we start it now, it's gonna be like past midnight for me. I'm not gonna be awake that long for the game. No thanks. But I can show off a little joke quest. Round it out, because we've played each of the horses, I think, at this point. The only one left I have to do is the Hunter, Newman. And we can chat with the chat, talk about different things. Yeah, unless it's like a boss run. I mean, I could always do a boss run. Weirdly, killing all the bosses in the game is shorter than doing standard quests. You would not think that would be the case, but that is the world we live in, according to Sega. Wow, I'm getting slapped around. Processing RPGs that Try may or may not want to check out. I mean, for people, things like Shin Megami and Persona can be hit or miss. I'm not sure if you played any of those games before. I've played several of the spin-offs. I do like the spin-off games actually quite a lot more than some of the mainstays. I like Double Survivor, for example, which is kind of like a mix of turn-based, party-based action, but also in between moving on the combat board, it's like Final Fantasy Tactics, where the monsters you have with you and the position you face are important. Tried a Shin Megami? Well, I can't help you. I was like, there's some I don't like. For sure. But I think Double Survivor is probably the closest to Final Fantasy Tactics. I'm not sure if it would interest you. It uses the same system of spells and such as the other games. Not as easy to get into. I will say, I think for me, the biggest disappointment that I thought would click with me would be Persona Q for the handheld, where it mixes like a kind of Etrian Odyssey style game with the Persona series, and that game was way too easy, and I got really bored because it was too easy. I think I was just used to Etrian games being harder, so when it was like, when I got to the final dungeon and it was still giving me tutorials on how to evade monsters, I'm like game, give me a break. This final dungeon wouldn't even pass for like dungeon 1 in an Etrian Odyssey game. I'm like, listen, it's not that hard. I'll figure it out, it's fine. But it's true, like that final dungeon was like, oh, you gotta watch out, they move 2 spaces for your every one. And I'm like, that's literally the starting enemy in Etrian Odyssey 2. And there's 2 more types than that, and they don't explain it. They do in Persona Q, they just expect you to know. And you're expected to actually use pitfalls and things like that, which weren't in Persona Q. Like, oh. Rest in peace, Persona Q. Oh, you know what I have to play? There is one game I have to play as a joke. Not because I'm good at the game, or that the game is... Well, the game is good, but not for the story mode. I have to play through Persona Arena story mode, Chat, I think we need to make a game out of the Persona Arena story mode. That story mode drives me absolutely wild. Where the heck is the zoo? He's probably phasing in and out of reality. Don't worry about it, Chris. He's dead now. He can't hurt you. That game, I swear, that gave like the most long-winded exposition to anything I have ever seen. I think we need to make bets on how many dialogue boxes they're gonna have between characters speaking. And it's weird because like the other games aren't like that, but like that game in particular is like, character A says, "Well, hello there, daughter," and then Yukiko, the daughter, then has like a 17-paragraph exposition about the town, and she goes, "I'm doing fine," and then in response, she then goes into another like 10 to 12 dialogue boxes monologue, and I'm like, either we're living in like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Zoruto time, or she thinks a million lines a minute, or there is way too much dialogue going on. Oh, like, take your pick. Pick your canon. I feel like we need to take bets on how long it'll be. Yeah, that one gets to me. But again, I had a lot of fun with Double Survivor and Double Survivor 2. Shin Megami Tensei 4. Outside of the infamous fight, I would say, I feel like the game was kind of easy. Some of the optional bosses were hard. I mean, most optional bosses are hard, but like the core gameplay, I was not challenged after a certain point. I was like, behold, I have mastered the ultimate art of gun. They kind of beat everything. Like, I guess much later on Magic, when you get like the Megalodons or whatever, those will outclass gun at some point. But in terms of like multi-hits and drain strikes and ignoring enemy resistances, I was just like, this gun is too good. Can't say no to gun, chat. But for sure, I was just trying to think if there were any more obscure but still interesting RPGs in general, but I can't really think of too many else. I mostly ended up playing on the SNES or the Famicom, depending on your region, I would say, growing up. I owned a Nintendo, but I did not actually beat or play a lot of Nintendo games. So I definitely am gonna say may the ROM hack and or version of Final Fantasy 1 that you choose to play have mercy upon you, try. So I will let you know that was an experience. It's kind of like Dragon Quest / Dragon Warrior 1, where it's like, I appreciate it for what it did to the series, and I will never touch that again, ever, under any circumstance. I'm just like, no. The encounter rates in that game without the tile manip, ooh, way too high. I'm not sure if you've ever seen videos of it, but there's like people just trying to... How did that kill me? There's people trying to do like just walking through the final dungeon of, for example, like a Dragon Warrior game, and every single tile that they move results in a random battle for almost like 12 steps, and it like breaks it up once. The person takes 3 steps and then they get into another encounter. I cannot handle an encounter rate like that, and Final Fantasy 1 has moments like that. That is just like, it is way too much for me. I'm like, never again. Again, if you know that there's like, you can manipulate the RNG based off of the frame rule when you load the title screen. If you could do all that, the game's not bad, but like, at that point, if you could just avoid all encounters, then you're not really even playing the game in general. So I don't know, it's kind of a weird line with RPGs. Although maybe one day on stream, I'll play one of the older Dragon Quest games where I will just attempt to memory corrupt the game. That could be interesting to show off. See, you don't have to play it. Have to is a strong phrase. You can acknowledge it. I think that's just the only step you need to take. You're like, it's a game that exists. You're like, I'm gonna choose not to play the NES version. At least if you play it, don't play the NES version. Or if you're gonna do it, make sure it's like really ROM hacked out of its mind so it doesn't resemble the original. One of the above. Yeah. 'Cause I played that on the original system, and that was, just goodness. It's kind of crazy now, just to think of how... Oh, hello, random vertibaloo. I mean, we don't have to fight him, so I'm not going to. It's fine. You can live in your own little world, vertibaloo. I'm not going to go back for you. But it's kind of crazy where we have evolved in terms of saving the game. Even has changed so much between the NES era. I'm not sure how much people were aware of that. Where back in the day, as it were, you often had to hold power and reset on your console in order to save the game, and that did not always work as intended. There were so many times I tried playing an RPG on the NES, and it was like, oops, you lost all your data. You just cleared it. What is you did? Oh, you mean to save on the NES? Yes, that's how you had to save. Final Fantasy 1 is like that, and that's a nightmare. For how long that game is, ooh, how many ways that save could fail. Or my favorite is like the Japanese version of the console often came with cartridges that had the flash memory, so they had the ability to save the game directly onto the cartridge itself. But then, like, when it came to the US version, that's not a feature. So they just strip it out completely. And that's why certain games don't make any sense if you've ever played their original versions and wondered why it acted weird. Like an easy example would be Excite Fight, where you could create a level, you could put all that effort into making a track that is kind of interesting to play, but the save feature doesn't work because that's Japanese only and they didn't feel like telling you. So you just wasted all your time. It's so brutal. But have I played Resonance of Fate? I don't know what that is. Yeah, the NES/Famicom is so trolly. Also, I'm out of Tri-Fluids, so I thought we'd be at the boss by now. What system did that come out for? I kind of remember a Sega-ish game involving protagonists with guns. I don't know if it's that one. Oh, then it is the one I'm thinking of. It's for the PS3. I haven't played it, though. I felt in my heart. I wasn't sure which one it was, but I was correct. I haven't played it, but I've seen it. Oh, this room is probably my favorite looking room in the game. I really love the effect of the lava coming off the walls and the lava jutting out from beneath us. And yes, those fireballs do hurt us, though it is a stage hazard in this area. The problem is that actually fighting things here is completely... It's just a monstrosity. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've played third-person shooters and things like that. I'm not gonna say, like, I haven't done it. I used to play a lot of first-person shooters, and by a lot of, I mean I played Time Splitters, every single version of it, constantly unlocked nearly every character. But, you know... And I played a variety. But yeah, there's not too many RPGs I can think of where I enjoyed it and you had guns. Very rare. Like, I don't know if I consider this like an RPG. I consider this more like, this is a multiplayer game. I don't know if I consider this like an RPG in the traditional sense. Like, at best, it's like an action RPG. I don't feel like falls in the same category. So I don't mind it in more action-oriented games for sure. But in just like your standard turn-based games, not sure. What a interesting room. I somehow am dodging the fireballs while spawning fireballs. You would think the things that are in the volcano room would be resistant to fire, logically speaking, instead of having a weakness to fire. But I guess we'll not question that. Because I know you were talking about before Try, like things on the DS. You were having trouble finding things that you found interesting in terms of RPGs. I have to think about it. I played a lot of games, but I don't remember. I don't know if I would say like they were top of the line. They're competing with like their counterparts. I mean, I do think the handheld versions of like Chrono Trigger, for example, were a lot better than the SNES counterparts. Like that's a safe statement to make. It just had more features, some quality of life changes. Yeah, I think maybe they could have made. I don't know how much they tweaked the difficulty, but I know it did add new modes and such that are not in any of the other releases. Unfortunately, I think the Steam version of Chrono Trigger, if you were to get that, not only A is a bad port, but B is not even. It's not even the superior Game Boy one, unfortunately. It's like some weird mobile port offshoot thing. Kind of the big problem I would say with Square Enix nowadays. I just don't trust their quality. That's why it took me forever to consider getting one of their games again. I basically had them on permaban, to be honest with you. Because I did not like the way they re-released games at all. And wasn't a fan of their newer games, so I was like, why get games then? I own the older versions already, which are better in actually significant ways. Kind of like how they did a port for Legend of Mana, that I'm waiting for them to get rid of Denuvo, which is an anti-piracy software, because it causes frame rate issues. And I'm like, how do you have frame rate issues in Legend of Mana? The original game didn't have frame rate issues. Why would you add problems to the game? I don't know. Just lazy ports. So I was very hesitant to get anything from them for sure. And me and Final Fantasy have not been speaking for a while. I played through 12, I still haven't forgiven it. Also experienced 10-2. It's not a good year. Yeah. Just like, ooh, both of those back to back. I'm like, we're done here. Pack your bags. It's over. I'm like Final Fantasy. Did you literally start a Final Fantasy game by making me go into the basement to fight sewer rats? This is like the thing people parody when they talk about JRPGs. Like, that's just the kind of like, there's a sewer level and you fight rats. It is literally like the trophiest thing you can think of. And I'm just like, wow. All of us on your top 5? Really? What version of it? You can't be talking about the original. Please tell me you're at least talking about Zodiac Age. If you say the original, I'm gonna shake my head at you, Try. Okay. You could be partially forgiven for that. I can't forgive you if you say the original. Have you ever seen the license board for the original, Try? Do you understand how unplayable that game was on release? That's why it never earned forgiveness. I had to explain that to, I think, Ping in the chat, who also likes Zodiac Age, and I'm like, listen. I went through the original board. That's all I have to say. I was there. PTSD. But yeah, I haven't played Zodiac Age. I know that they improved a lot by literally removing all those Final Fantasy 12-isms, more or less. So that's always good. Just make it less Final Fantasy 12. But yeah, ooh. I don't know. And ever since then, I don't think there's been a single one that I've been like, yeah, let's go play it. I'm just like, oh boy, a long hallway, or oh hey, that character returned from the game I didn't play originally, or 4 boys in a van go road tripping. Like, no, not my thing, chat. Wait, it's a burning room? Oh, this is gross. But hey, I still have fun with Final Fantasy X. Maybe I'll play the international version. I never actually fought the super bosses in that one before. I was just busy exploiting the heck out of Final Fantasy X with Quick Hit and laughing. Wow, this quest is gonna go on for years. We're at 300,000 experience. Oh my gosh. So if I do this quest one more time, I'll level. Yeah, I feel like they started copying things that worked in Tales. Like, the combat system kind of reminds me of it, but it's just, like, so rudimentary. I don't know. I still can't get into it with the active combat. I've been playing better since, like, 2008. Sorry, guys. Like, it's not that advanced. Other games have done it. But hey, I guess they're trying, I suppose. Ooh. I'm gonna die. I didn't account for the burning room damage. I deserve that. Uh-oh, Chris has also died. I hope he has escaped all. Chris has escaped all. Okay, mission not over. Thank you. I need to get revived though, Chris. I'm all on my own. The burning room damage is too high. How insane. What were they thinking with this quest? Oh my gosh. Yeah, I was gonna say, if I game over there, I would just leave. I wouldn't even finish the quest. I'd be like, you win quest. Yeah, this is way longer than I was expecting. I'm gonna put a safety teleplay in case I do die, so I don't have to come back this way. It's another burning room? Wow. I think this is candidate for... Is it the worst? It's getting up there. It might be the worst quest in episode 4. I would say top 3. This quest is just going on way too long. I don't know what they were thinking. I guess if you don't like doing multiple missions, it's not bad, but man. I'm out of resources multiple times. It's crazy. We started this quest like an hour and a half ago, by the way, Kirk. We're still in it. No escape, no mercy. Gonna say, wounds that don't heal carve into flesh lethal pain. That's what's happening right now, chat. There's your Berseria reference. Yeah, that damage over time is crazy, though. I'm losing like 20 a tick. 18, excuse me, 18 a tick. So I have to heal way more than I'm used to in these encounters. Oh, perseverance, I could do it. 10,000 deaths is not enough for this quest. Okay, try Jolanda. I think Chris gave me he gave me a Tri-Grinder. I was gonna say, did he try fluid? I am so low on fluid, I actually think I have to go back. Do I only have 2 die fluid? Is that it? Oh, I have 1 tri fluid. This was all to hit the... Where was the exit if this wasn't where to go? Oh no. What does the map even look like? What have we been playing? Oh no. So many rooms. Anyway. We'll see. Okay, well, I'll pick that up for sure then. I think the game has given me a pity monofluid. That is literally it. Just your traps. In this dungeon? Oh my gosh, no way. Okay, so I'm gonna do the pause trick. I guess this... Oh, that doesn't work on that trap. Well, that sucks. So normally your character will target traps as soon as they spawn, and that'll cause you to move slower. And the way the game generally designs traps is they stay in place, and after a short time, they detonate. So the pause trick will let me go past them without slowing down, therefore I can bypass them and not take any damage from traps. But that was a troll trap in which it follows you, and what you do is irrelevant. It's just always going to hit you. Very rude. Very rude of the game designers. No counterplay, just die. Because I'm also in a pit, so if I were to use a spell, I would fall down the pit. So no matter what, there wasn't a good option to deal with it. See the Magilu troll face being used. I do feel like that character became a fan favorite, and by fan favorite, I mean the chat favorite. Maybe one day I'll set up emoticons of just all Magilu. I know. I talked with a couple of people, Chris. You would not believe it. They do not like Magilu. They think she's the least interesting / good character in that entire RPG. And I'm like, how dare you? I don't know if she's #1 in that game, but madness. Just like absolute madness. That's what I was saying. I'm like, what character did you prefer in Berseria? They're like, I didn't prefer any of the characters. And I'm like, listen, you're just being contrarian. That game is so good. Yeah, see, all Magilu all the time. That game is so good, try. If you have not played Tales of Berseria, highly recommend. Not a difficult game. Super good. Yeah, I was like, dang, you didn't even like Laphicet? What's wrong with you? At least like one of the characters. They're not even like that tropey. Like, they're actually really interesting characters. You play as more of the anti-hero than you do a hero in that game, which I always respect from a story perspective. I don't know. I mean, I thought it was interesting how his personality changed over time, and that it was actually a big portion of the story is the fact that he was becoming his own person again. But yeah, apparently they just really did not like Magilu's humor. Like, wow. I think I was on the fence in the beginning, but I'm like, by the time she was recruitable, she was probably one of my favorites first time through. Cuckoo, indeed. See, there you go. All the Berseria references in chat. I can't believe this quest is still going. I'm flabbergasted, chat. I thought for sure I'd be talking about episode 1 right now. So we're gonna talk about other things other than PSO. So the game is exactly act like a dove. Since this game is like, man, so many waves. Look, 341,000 experience. That's actually insane. I think this might be the most experience I've gained in any quest, and that includes quests that have the XP boost. This is such a long quest. Oh no. At least I have dye fluids. I'm like, do I mag blast? Like, I'm not sure because I don't want the boss to take long. But then every time I think we're at the boss, there's another room. Absolute madness. I can't believe there was a 3rd floor though. I absolutely cannot believe there's a 3rd floor. This is so much XP. I think if we were at level 160, this quest by itself would be a guaranteed level. The way XP works in this game is it's all backloaded. So the final 20 levels... No, actually no, excuse me. Just the final 10 levels of the game is over 50% of the experience you need in order to reach max level. Think about that ratio, chat. I'm just like, oh my gosh. We're getting all the XP here. Chris might even level again. Oh, Gafoe 29. Okay, I'll take that. Where'd it drop? Where is it? It's over here for some reason. Sure, we'll take that. That's actually a good find. Thank you, game. You kind of owe us. You owe us like a healing circle right now. Where's my healing circle? This is a room that could have a healing circle. It does not have a healing circle. Ridiculous, chat. Ridiculous. If they're gonna make a quest this long, they should at least give you the ability to recharge, for sure. Completely silly. We've done a loop. Oh my gosh, you're right. This is terrible. So wait, was this just the wrong way? Or did we need to do this to open up the other door? Like, did you hit a switch or something in order for us to progress? Oh, there's a door still closed at the far end. So I guess that's where our destination is. The force loop. Gross. I'm using my final dye fluids. Rest in peace, dye fluid. So many enemies, so many rooms. We still have to kill the boss, by the way, Kirk. Just so you're aware, we have not seen the boss room this entire time. ¿Dónde está la boss? ¿Por qué? Just, what's happening? For real, Kirk. I know. It might actually be almost midnight by the time I finish this quest at this rate. Craziness. Well, I will still show off the other Newman. Daylight Scar gets a ticker announcement. I think that was new-ish, but the answer to that is yes. So I am almost literally out of dye. Oh, there's the but I just used the dye fluids. No, this isn't fair. Where were you earlier? I didn't save any materials. Wait, did you just phase through the wall? What the heck? Well, I guess I'm going to leave this room and come back. You know what? I might as well just Mag Blast. I don't care anymore. I have to go back to town at some point. As soon as this first wave dies, I'm Mag Blasting. I'm gonna walk over to Chris and just do it. Almost good enough. Using. Oh, they opened the present and they got the blade that I want. Oh, I wish I could farm that blade right now with the Christmas event rarity. I was talking to Chris earlier. I was like, there's one enemy in episode 2, the Love Rappy, that you can't fight whenever it's an event, and unfortunately that means you can never fight it with boosted drop rates. So I was like, one day I will be able to fight that enemy for that weapon that was just shown in the present ticker. The Vivian or whatever it's called. Okay, if this is the boss, I will continue. If this is not the boss, how is there another room? No. I'm looking at the map. How is there another? Oh no, we went in between the two areas. It's so gross. Oh my gosh. We're not even close. This is ridiculous. I'm being held hostage. Help me. Just send help. We're gonna die of old age before we leave. We're gonna hit 400,000 experience before we leave this area. That's crazy. Actually, you know what's even crazier? How did we get this far and not get a rare drop other than Photon Crystal? Statistically speaking, with how many enemies we've killed in this quest, how have we not seen another rare at this point? Like, where are the presents at? Feel robbed. Yeah, Kirk. Oh, that's right. You did get the C's. Oh, that's true. You also did get a present. I've only received the Photon Crystals. That's it. So I'm feeling it, chat. I am dying to get something else. Man, this enemy is annoying. Let me debuff. There we go. Yeah, I'm not sure. Kirk, do you have off this week at all? Out of curiosity? Because if you do, I'm definitely streaming earlier. It would be for you, Kirk. We would be doing Hades just for you. Oh, you do have off tomorrow. So what I'm hearing is more Hades. Huh. Interesting. I want to be fair to Chris as well, because I think Chris is still interested in Hades in terms of the story progression. So I think what I'll do is I might start early, really early on Thursday compared to 7 o'clock. I might start at even 5 o'clock, and the first 2 hours will be probably Streets of Rage, if I had to guess. Then like a couple hours of Hades, and then a couple hours of Chaos. Because I also have off. The only reason I don't do it... The only reason I would want to hold on to it is just because then I can get all those games out of the way. Make sure the people that want to see it can still see it. So if it's vaguely near stream time, then I think it's okay. But also, Chris, I'm gonna tell you the most depressing sentence you've ever heard since we began episode 4. Are you ready for it? I have completely run out of fluids before we've even seen the boss door. I'm out. I have nothing left. I have 336 TP. I have to Ryuker. The game has defeated me. I'm out of material. Even if this leads to the final boss, I cannot win with 234 TP. How is there more? Okay, I'm leaving. just like, but how is there yet another wave? Okay, listen, I'm leaving temporarily. I need to go get increases. Gonna take 10 of those. Sell some of these. Perfect. Excellent. Rearm ourselves with like a bazillion TP. Consume a tri-fluid. And then repurchase a tri-fluid because I have a feeling I need every single fluid to beat this map. So I would have had to have backed twice without Chris. Wow, what a quest. I didn't know such a monstrosity could exist in this world. It must be really low on item space. Yeah, I only have 3 left. The share bag. I really need to sort better. Also, we're almost capped on power materials, so I should probably donate that to random players. Friday, I think I mentioned. We're set up for that. That would be my Christmas gift to people. Like, here you go. Have 99 attack increasers. So I'll let Chris go through the portal first, but yeah, I'm out of there. It's just like, this is going on way too long. I'll fix my mag synchro since I'm here, I guess. That frees up an item slot for me. So we are at an astounding 364,000 experience. Ooh, Chris exploded, but that's okay. We can revive him. We got him. It's not game over. Let's debuff. We are 100% putting a safety teleport. I refuse to die and walk back here. If we die, a complete party wipe. Without that telepipe, I'm gonna go you win game. I'll never see the end of the quest. I'll just have to believe. Ooh, Chris taking a lot of damage. Is it the satellite lizards? There we go. That sucks, because you could get pushed into them repeatedly. And also, you were saying the quest is too easy. That's what you get for using the Excalibur instead of just using the Partisan. You can blame Chris on that one. That's actually Chris's fault, 100%. Using a terrible item in order to try to win. He's greeting for like 10 minutes of time save by making the mission take like 20 minutes longer. The greed is real. Yeah, see, that's what I'm worried about. I don't know if you don't strike it if it counts. Like, the kill count will increase, but then fix itself, if it makes sense. This game is kind of buggy like that. Also, I probably should have said that there was a Gerda Bulu in there, but there's stream lag. I'm not dealing with the Gerda Bulu. I don't care about the Gerda Bulu. Yeah, what I would do... excuse me. What I would do is, when you're done with it, I would exit the game completely close the game, and then reopen the game and compare the kill counts. For me, the kill count was all over the place. Is that a warp to the boss room behind a blue barrier? Are we finally here? Are we gonna see the end of this? Oh boy, chat. Light at the end of the tunnel. I guess I could do a bet if people are interested. If people would actually bet, I'll do it. Whether or not this boss, after how long this quest is, will it be the rare boss or will it be the normal boss after all this? It's the quest that never ends, exactly. Like, we're still fighting things. It might be the final room, maybe. It better be the rare boss. Yeah, we got it of all things on Chamberlain, which I have never seen before, as I said before. And I've played a lot of quests. of this game. I've never seen that happen before. I don't know if it's a bug. I thought it wasn't possible for that to excuse me, for that to happen. But if that's true, I might as well just run chambered runs, because those are way easier than doing the other quests. Very silly. If it's the normal boss, the consolation prize is it better give us a heavenly ability, because it took forever to get here. That also is a decent unit. I think it's 1 in 132 with the boss dropping it. Not like impossible, but it's not like great odds either. We go down the pit. Pit takes us to another room, which takes us to a wharf, which takes us to a girder. Where is the exit? Where is it, chat? I'm going crazy. Where is it? Please let me out of this mission. Thank you. Cease and desist, your monster spawn. I can't... How did this not lead to the boss room? I just don't even understand. We're still going, Kirk. Actual madness happening. I got the shock element. I'm gonna have to save some of my soul atomizers. I'm just gonna wait it out. Recharge TP since I'm here. Or just get reshock loop. Please kill Gerda Bulu, thank you. I am low on Dimates. Oh, I have a Trimate. I'll use that. I cannot believe this. I'm gonna rebuff Chris. All that was just to get to the... Oh my gosh. We just got to... That was just a one route... They made us take a detour to fight one enemy to go back to the main room. Why? Chat, why? But why though? I think this might be a new record. I think this is officially the longest quest I've ever played. And that includes solo Christmas Fiasco Episode 1, which is an absolute terrible idea. Never do that, by the way. It is so bad to play solo. One cannot understand how unfun that is. I think in multiplayer, Chris and I cleared in around about an hour. My first single player clear of that was 2 hours and 45 minutes. I died so many times, and I had to do the walk of shame. It took so long. It wasn't worth it. I'm sure Chris's was in the 2 hour time frame. It was pretty bad. Like, I think my fastest clear of it was like an hour 40, I think. And that's being kind of generous. I think that was with the raw moral. Yeah. I haven't tried since I've been super leveled, but... And... I remember trying that around level 90. Like, Chris, imagine doing that at level 90, because that's when I first did it. That was such a big mistake. Not worth it. That quest is merciless. Yeah, I would never want to do it at that level, exactly. Brutal, brutal, brutal. I can't believe this. We're gonna hit 400,000 experience before we fight the boss. So this might be the most XP in a quest ever outside of... Actually, I'm willing to say, I think this has more enemies in terms of XP than Terrell's Ego. We purposely skip a lot of enemies in that quest. So Kirk, this might actually be the final room. It's gonna take like another 10 minutes for the work to spawn, but this is one of the rooms it could spawn in. It's almost directly opposite the crater from where I'm at currently. Why is this in the final room? It might not be. It could be just another room like this, and then it's like, oh, P.S. by the way, enjoy your descent. How is this even possible? I want to know if anybody reported this online other than me right now. I want to know, chat. Who did this quest? Who completed this quest? I want to know. Chris and I might be the only people at Ephinea to ever bother with this quest. to be honest. I can't see people speedrunning this. It is so long. There's a lot of Girder Bulus, but man, the journey to get there is just brutal. Come on, Yashminikov. We could still get interesting rares. It could still technically happen. It's just whether or not the game wants us to have it. We'll find out. I did 669 damage, and it left the enemy at 1 health. That is the most depressing statement. You know what the other most depressing statement is? There's a giant rock here, where normally the exit would be on the other side, Kirk. We now backtrack through the room. Are you kidding me? But why? But why though? Did they just really like episode 4? I can't believe this. We're gonna do it, chat. The first time ever seen on stream. 400,000 experience with no XP boost. If we were playing double XP week, I actually would have leveled at, I think, 165 still. No, 162, excuse me. I would have leveled from 0% to full. It gives that much XP. It just levels a late game character. If you somehow clear it, you get rewarded. Also, the kind of crazy thing, despite seeing this many enemies, I think we only had 1 rare enemy this entire time. No rare zoos, no rare rappies. Escape doll, thank you, because if I die on the final boss, I'm gonna feel so sad. Oh no. We're so close. Wait, but there's rocks on the other side? Oh wait, are the rocks gonna explode? Is it one of those rooms? Please tell me it's the rocks explode. Please tell me we don't backtrack to another room. I'm gonna keep my eye on the rocks in front of us, chat. They better explode when this wave is dead. Better not be another wave. There we go, rock explodes. Okay, good sign. Good sign, progress. Got an M&A 60 Vice. If that is decent hit, it's not bad. If it is no hit, it's junkable. Chris trying to defeat everything with the Excalibur, no matter how slow it is. No hit, dang. Reverser? What? Why is it? Okay, well, we got like a beginning of the game spell here in the final dungeon of episode 4, the hardest quote-unquote episode of the game, or at least the last one they produced. I have consumed every single dye fluid I have. I still have a lot of tri fluids. We're good there. Still enemies. We're very close to... Actually, no, we passed it. My bad. We passed 400 XP. We did it. You're all witnesses. Chris might actually level in this quest, surprisingly. Maybe. Actually, no. I leveled before him. But he's getting close. Just think, Chris, if I do this quest one more time, I'll level. It'll only take about 2 hours, but we could do it. I sadly almost have Mag Blast again. I get hit a couple times. Or just once, apparently. I have everything I need for the final boss. Yeah, we'll just play another one of these. They're super short. It'll be fine. I feel like I need to get vengeance on this game after this quest. I think I'll finish up with the Newman Hunter, who I should play more. She's not bad. It's just that she's not good either. She's not like the Ramarl, for example, where it's just a character I can pick up and just win. Or like the Faux Newman or this character, where I can use them in almost any scenario and they'll be fine. Getting really low on soul atomizers to remove shock. Getting a little concerned. I'm gonna try to heal Chris because he's in kind of a whirlwind of pain. got knocked down. I almost killed one of the Gerda-Bulu that was injured. So close. I think I killed it. There we go. I would love a chance at debuffing. That way Chris doesn't take a bazillion damage. There we go. And that is the last of the mono fluids, even though I restocked on this floor. What is happening? Rest in peace, Chris. We revived him though. Oh no. That's to be rest in peace, me. I was like, I better not die, chat. I'm so close. Leave me alone, game. Stop it. Use lightning elements so you could die. There we go. Killed the Gerda-Bulu. Try to buff Chris. That way he doesn't die. Oh my gosh. Leave me alone. All of that to get to the boss room, chat. We need a round of applause. It's here. We're finally at the boss room. I don't even remember what minute we started. I'm really curious. But it's been well over an hour and 40 minutes. I'm gonna use my tri-fluid. We're gonna go into the boss room. I'm gonna pick up that unique item. And then we're gonna go ahead and Mag Blast. And we're gonna destroy this boss using... Doing it, chat. I had enough. We're applying the super buffs. I can only apply Shifted D-Band level 30. When we use that ability combined with the twins, we get 41. So it's like having another about-ish 11% damage. Let Chris get a little closer, because he has to go in front. Oh, he's staying behind me. I need him to keep walking. He's not walking for some reason. I'm concerned. Oh, you made the game. That's right. My bad. Oh, it's just regular enemy. It's been so long, Chris. I thought I made the game. It was normal, boss, chat. Take your head. Not worth. I know. We got normal, boss. Rest in peace. I can see the thing we have to target, but there's too many spinners in front of me. It moved a little closer to me, though. That should be fine. I can still see it, but there's still too many spinners. Come on. Hopefully Kapoe can hit it. I moved a little bit just for the enemy. Oh, no, the spinner moved further away. Get wrecked. Oh, stunned it. Nice. No chance of the boss. What's its weakness? Weakness is lightning? Why, thank you. I love it when it's chain lightning. Anyway, that was the easy phase 1. The trick is just to destroy the spinner that's color-coded. Once you do that, it stuns the boss. It's now opened a new passageway. I think that's in the middle. I'm gonna check the map just to verify. Now for the tedium. I actually don't see it on my minimap. Which one did it go into? Oh, upper right. Okay, so if we're lucky, we're not going to see any attacks other than missile. It could tornado, which is neutral, honestly speaking. I'm going to go ahead and equip the ice staff because I think its weakness is also ice. Yeah, tornado is kind of a neutral one. Because you could get it, if it does it twice in a row, it's actually really good because you can make progress. Looks like its weakness is ice. I'm gonna debuff it, and hopefully I get the heal here. I did. See, Kirk, if you had a character, you could have been suffering through the long walk here. You're like, darn, I missed out. Okay, at least the boss is gonna go backwards. Okay, so we popped one of the cores. We did different damage to the different cores, so it's probably gonna take us a bit longer. Missing out on the grind. I was gonna say, it's a pretty easy game to pick up. We will probably not play this quest for sanity of people going forward, including my own. Missiles, I'll take that. That gives me the most time to reach the boss. Good pattern. Double missiles. I'll take that. Because it just wastes its attack. The time I spent on the ground, the other missiles will hit me, but I'm still invincible. Okay, popped another core. That's gonna do its giant space laser. It's okay, we'll make a character for you, Kirk. It'll probably be a Hugh cast if I had to guess. Nothing but power, one-shotting everything. Claymore-esque weapons. Come on, missiles. Tornado's neutral. I don't like tornado into missile, though. That's actually really bad. I'll take missile into missile. That's the best RNG. I'm surprised that clipped me there. I must have just been like one step too close. Oh, I got hit by the explosion from Chris. We could both get hit by the same missile. I was wondering why I got hit. 'Cause I'm like, huh, how did that hit me? AoE damage. Makes sense now. Now the boss is going to go back to the center. We popped its second to last core. So if we manage to destroy this core, the boss is dead. I'm just going to walk in a straight line. I don't care if there's a giant laser. I'll take it in the face. Now I've taken so much damage, I almost have Mag Blast again. That sound effect is Chris getting Mag Blast again. Now, if I get lasered again, I'll probably have it. I don't feel it's worth using though, since the boss is almost dead. Surprisingly, I didn't get it. That's okay. There's... Oh, Chris is attacking the only core. You could do it, Chris! I'm just gonna get spinnered. Oh hey, I'm able to cast during the cutscene. I'm not supposed to be able to. Oops. Oh, look, I'm making the bow jiggle. That's my favorite bug. Yeah, we got the bug. Okay, all's right with the world. You're not supposed to be able to move during this, so you can mess with the physics. I love it. I did not get the rare. So after all that, no rare boss, no rare enemy. Oh, it gave you antidote. Oh. It gave me Miseta, which is probably the best thing it could have given me. All that was for an antidote. It was for nothing. You gain nothing. You lose, sir. Good day. Something like that. What a mission, chat. I mean, I guess I could co-op something with the hunter. It would just have to be something quick. I really don't want to go through something too crazy. 35 hit laser, that's a shame. That's not useful. Let us siege this item from a distance. Oh yeah, that's right. You never identified your present. Hopefully you end up on the ticker. That's all we can really hope for. What a quest. What a quest. 463,000 experience. This character is about to level again. That's actually madness. I've never had a character almost level twice this late into the level scheme in one day. So I think everything's good from this standpoint. Is there anything I can hold on to? I really need duplicate techniques. TP material? That's okay, I guess. Ooh. Oh boy, I have green paint. Paint that is green. I love you, item descriptions. Never change. Oh, that's true. Wait a minute. This character's been using an ult mag this entire time, and I just realized it. So if I unequip this, what's my mind score at? Oh, my mind score isn't even capped. Oh, let's see now. Wait, if it's not... Wait, hold on. I'm trying to do math. How much defense does that give me? Oh, there's my cure shocks. This is actually very interesting to me. Probably not interesting to most people, but I'm like, wait a minute, I've been using a mind mag this whole time. Like, what happens if I switch out my heavenly bodies? Do I have heavenly minds on this character? No, I don't. Dang, I wish I had more. Kill counts at 403. As I said before, we'll see how much it's really at later. I have a feeling it's going to be much lower, like 150 at this point. But anyway, I think that's it for this character. So we're gonna round it off with one last quest, and I have to think about what to do that will not take 20 million years. Let me think about it, chat. I could do more episode 4, but I'm feeling a little burned out from it for obvious reasons. Oh, that's right. They have, like, the god route. Mission complete. You know what? Let's do boss rush, but this time with a hunter. Up to you if you want to bring a force in for more damage. I think our damage will be okay, but I figure I'd show off this character. So don't feel forced to do one. Alright, handed in the quest, got 10k, I'm out of there. Quitting game, switching over. So the episode 4 surface on blue is pretty good. I don't think I really talked about this section ID at all because I don't normally play this character. So they could technically get easy access to limiters, in theory. However, this character is underleveled. Normally levels don't make a huge difference. Like once you get past 80, it matters a little less, but there are certain damage thresholds you have to hit that are very difficult. You can use whoever you want, Chris. If you want to use your ranger, you're going to be fighting Dark Falls. Whoever you want to kill Dark Falls with. I guess is the easiest way to put it. We'll call this Rocks to God. This will be our last run of the night for sure. See somebody complaining about not having competent human characters. Okay. All these limiters. One day, chat. One day. We'll show that run off another time. I don't feel like doing it right now. But that's one of the... That run to unlock those limiters is the one I was going to do while playing another game. I think I have one spare limiter in here, I thought, somewhere. Let me take that out. Oh, inventory full. The worst feeling to deal with this. Let's not get rid of the limiters, or I'm going to be very upset with myself. Okay, there we go. So I have just enough to take in that limiter, as well as 2 other items. What would be useful for her? Don't know. I'm going to sell some items and then look at her units on the way there. She has Heavenly Battle, so that's good. Cure Shock, that's also solid. So I just need some more generic stat ups. Okay, I can deal with that. HP material, low-level grants. Oh, I have Spirit Disco on this character? Okay, that's pretty good. Hello again, Chris. Yeah, she needs some serious levels. To give you an idea of how silly it is, chat, she needed 100,000 experience to level. She would have leveled 4 times on that other quest we were playing if she had managed to complete it somehow. So let me put away all of my limiters since I don't need them at the moment. Rel's Parasil. Oh, I even have a Lame to Argent to level? Oh, so much to do, chat. I have an armor where if I were 5 levels higher, I will finally be set free, chat. This is like the level threshold. If I hit this, I will finally have fun with this character. Like the way they're intended, but I'm not quite there. Yeah, we're gonna be multitasking all those limiters, by the way. We're not gonna unlock them one by one. We don't have time for that. What I do want to know, though, I have a heavenly power and a heavenly body. Okay. This is perfectly acceptable to me. Cool. I'm way tankier. Damage is higher. Excellent. So we'll still take advantage of the duo Ag Blast for sure. But this character can leave us in a passing value. I have Kasami Bracer, which is considered the best shield for this character up until you get Red Ring, the literally best shield in the game. It's having second best in the game. It's pretty good. Brightness Circle has pretty strong resistances against Dark. It is, I think, the second or number one choice against insta-kill. The EDK resistance. So I got pretty solid equipment on me. Oh, I have this Twin Blade. Oh, Chris would feel so sad when he sees this character later. I have the pink double-ended sword, and it has 0% attributes for everything. That's a profound sadness moment. And if only it had any bonuses. What a shame. Oh well, I Spirit Disca for the first boss, and that should be fine. Accuracy. Ooh, my accuracy's terrible. Oof. Okay, we'll live with it though. We're just showing off the character. It'll be okay. The game can't hurt you anymore soon. You'll only die to falls. It'll be fine. But I think in the future, expect to see this character in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen as we do 2 games at once. I think we'll see more of that probably a few weeks from now when we're playing Streets of Rage Remake. My attacks are not in the correct order. I have to fix that. That is actually too distracting to try to do. To flip which one is which as I run. There we go. Generally speaking, you don't want your most commonly used button to be at the green panel that I just replaced. The reason being is you'll pick up items if you're not already in a combo, and that is so annoying that you pick up items instead of attacking. Not a good thing to have happen, chat. On the plus side, I do a lot of damage. Spirit Disca. So I could kind of make up for not having shifted D-Bam level 30. Hear the washing machine Chris walking around. Nice, we both got mag invincibility. I think the goal the next time we get an XP event up, we're either going to level a chat-created character from scratch, or we're going to make this character hit 150 so that they're playable in something else other than multiplayer, being carried by like a super strong character. The big issue with this character, just to be a bit more clear, is that their defense is the lowest, pretty much, of all the hunters. So they take more damage. Their health total is pretty bad. And their base accuracy is really bad. Their cap is okay. Did I miss it by 1 attack? That is so depressing. Dang. So if I had slightly more intelligence, that would have killed. What a shame. So basically, if I was at 150, that would have killed, is what I'm trying to tell you, chat. Just true story, it would have killed. So, unfortunately, she has really good max attack accuracy, which is good in this game because you want as high attack accuracy as possible. But the fact that it does not really scale with level means that you basically have to give up one of your slots permanently in order to fix that deficit. That boss just came out of the ground to die, by the way. It's already dead. So it's got a lot of cons going for this character. People say that this is a really good solo character, and I'm gonna be like, I really don't see it. I understand the concept that you get level 20 shifted D-band and you get debuffs, and from that standpoint it's supposed to be easier. But in terms of like what you can actually do in the game with those abilities versus the Raw Marl versus a Force is like night and day. Like, Raw Marl is like arguably one of the best solo characters in the game, if not the best. only really contesting with the forces, and this character is like what would be like an A tier. Like, they're good if you have all the items, but they are really, really bad if you don't have the items. Like, they are just much worse than you picking any other character, which is very unfortunate about them. I wish they had balanced their stats a little differently. Like, the trade-off is supposed to be that she's supposed to be, like, sort of a force in damage, but not quite, and also still has high ATP like Hunter would. But they can't use the things that actually make the mage spells do damage, and they can't use some of the mage spells that actually do damage in the first place. Like, I can't have a Super Kafoi, for example, which would have been really useful to have. Rest in peace. At least my single target damage is okay. As a female character, she gets access to this gun, and this gun is amazing. If I can aim with it. I can't aim with it. One day, chat. There we go. Fixed it. Paralysis does help me hit the enemy a bit easier, which is kind of nice. Here's the enemy we were actually waiting for. We were killing those enemies just to pass time, I suppose. But hey, we're already almost on the next boss. A strange feeling having come from the other mission to already beat another boss. But hey, some quests are kind of fun. I might level up from this quest, which would be nice. Health total, not all that great. But hey, eventually I'll have some good items. I got invincibility, nice. As did Chris. Gonna try to debuff the boss here as much as possible. Get my... This guy out. I was gonna say spinner, that's not right. Almost, almost. Yeah, that's also the downside. Not having quite the same level of shift to D-band means it's a bit harder to one-cycle this character. Unfortunately, my accuracy is very bad. You can see all those red misses coming up when I'm just doing basic shots. It's a shame. Hey, at least the boss is almost dead. I don't know how I dodged the first strike. That wasn't intended, but I'll take it. Okay, I think the boss is dead. It just has to do the beaching animation. Nice. So I'm still gonna do the classic force strat of prepping some fireballs here, as that will cause the boxes to explode instantly, and we could just take the items and leave. Case in point. Little time savers there, chat, while still getting the rewards. Now, the downside is that I don't think that boss had anything too interesting to drop. The dragon actually has one of the best drops for blue compared to all the other section IDs. You can actually get a Holy Ray, surprisingly, from Dragon, which I find really crazy. Because you can do that dragon run so fast with this character. So there are some useful things to do with this ID. Just that, got unlucky, I guess. Now, this is a character I think that would benefit greatly from Red Ring. It would fix their accuracy issue, give them the defense that they need, give them intelligence, which they do use for spells, TP regen for spirit use. So there is definitely a lot to look forward to, I would say, in the near future. Level 25. But not good enough for me. We're like, rest the level 30 or bust at this point. Just taking care of those turrets. Making sure they can never hurt another person for the rest of the run. I guess I could showcase my spell damage. Yeah, see, I only do 154. They have 2,214 health. You do the math, chat. To me, that calculates and adds up to not worth it. Give or take, really not worth it, you know. Yeah, so we have to wait for Chris since he's the damage. But I will kill things until he gets here. Be the most useful in this upcoming fight. I think we actually just want to bail. I don't think there's anything we want to fight from the Sinnohs. And we would probably die since I can't debuff them as much as other characters. Alright, let's try to leave the room. Leaving the room was not successful. Rest in peace, me. Time to leave. Don't want to deal with them. I don't think they have anything of interest. If they do, I don't care. This character is not strong enough to deal with it. Now, the downside is that sort of stun lock, but it's going to be up to Chris to deal damage here. I'll use the lure, so these things take more damage. Maybe I'll get a shock. Lucky shock. So I could use some force strategies. You've seen me do this before with other characters. So, like, they can do it. As long as DPS is not the purpose of the spell, they can do it. Like here, I could technically Chain Lightning to hit that if it was higher level. But we don't have a high enough level. Also, our damage is so low it didn't kill the switch in one hit. There we go. Second time's the charm. And now we pray we don't get murdered by endless lasers. Ooh, there we go. Okay, did not get murdered by endless lasers. Good. We'll rebuff Chris, and I'm still pretty far away when it comes to Mag Blast. So hopefully I'll build it up for the boss after this, as in Dark Falls. So I got my rapid shooting gun, which is not super useful here, but it's better than nothing. It recommends me do special. That sounds horrendous. Okay, I canceled the turret back at least. Wait, you okay there, game? I was gonna say, you're not gonna soft lock us, are you? That'd be the worst feeling. Well, that was just rude. Oh, it's so fast. I have a feeling this is gonna take a little while. Well, that wasn't fair. It like teleported on my screen. It was like on the screen, but then it wasn't briefly. That sucked. Like, oh, it's got the screen there. Good. It's almost out of screens to go to. Now it's attacking. Oh, there we go. I was gonna say it's attacking us during the cutscene. Very rude. Okay, I'm gonna use Tri-Fluid to restock. I think Chris pretty much has this. Spread Needle is the ultimate destroyer of this boss. My damage will be okay, but it's better than nothing. I have a 70% chance of hitting my normal strike, which is kind of depressing. Pretty low. If you're wondering why I don't debuff this boss like I do some other bosses, this boss is actually immune. Not worth trying, unfortunately. I would have loved to have been able to debuff that boss for sure, though. Nothing of interest on. There we go. I used my spells to save time checking items. Working as intended, chat. 13 minutes, we're on the final boss. More or less already. just slapped me. That was rude. So I still surprisingly do not have Mag Blast. I guess I'm holding it for Dark Falls. Have both not been hit often and also not done enough damage. So we juked those enemies so we don't need to fight them. And hopefully, we can assist a little bit here. Sure, shooting the crystal will count it as assisting. That's not what its weakness is, but I'll shoot it anyway. I'll pick up some Meseta on my way out. Nothing adventurous drop there. I got slapped in the face. Rest in peace. Okay. Let's help me get out of that. Nice. 7 more blast gauge till I got a photon blast. I didn't even have a chance to shoot that enemy. It was already dead. Good job, Chris. I'm gonna rebuff us and then good to go. Interesting. Player 2 actually starts slightly closer to the monument. Might be a big time save. Also, I didn't get mag invincibility. This is gonna be ugly. I think I have escape doll. Question mark. But I fully expect to die here.
Is that a monolith?
It is a monolith. Ew, it takes 3 Rabardas to kill? Ooh. That is not a fortunate amount. Might be better just doing normal attacks with the gun. Like, ah, yes. Handgun. The melee hunter's weapon of choice. Dang, with her accuracy, she's actually missing them. Whoa, get off me. Heal. Use some dye fluids. Welcome to the spinner. Watch the game camera jerk around for some reason. Heal again. At least her healing animation's pretty fast with handgun, I'll give it that. Thank you, Chris. Finally killed a handful of spinners there. Now my goal will be to debuff boss. I technically do decent damage to the boss, I guess. As long as I can land it. Yeah, I do 900, I think, a shot. Chris also does a ton of damage. The two of us together might just whittle down the boss. I got instantly destroyed by spinners. That did so much damage. I had no iframes. Rest in peace. Rest in peace. Okay, these spinners are a problem. Try to deal with them. Hopefully that got rid of most of them. Yeah, Kirk saw, I died instantly. That was so bad. I had like no iframes on that. It really sucked. They hit me, I think, every single frame possible that it was to hit me. And while being hit, I can't heal, so. One easy phase. Nope. Okay, debuff the boss. What I want to see. Boss missed me with its attack for some reason. Take advantage of that. Awesome, best pattern. You can see I'm starting to rack up some serious damage. I do 600 a shot. That's not bad. It did a lot of damage to me. I'm gonna heal. Good. That was a really clean phase for this part. This is the part I thought was gonna kill me, but alright, we got past spinners. So I think I need to heal or the boss will kill me if it targets me. So I'm gonna heal. I'm gonna hold forward and pray debuff reaches. It does. Okay, we're good. That was kind of the make or break. If I couldn't reach with debuff, this was gonna be a big waste of time. I'm actually gonna wait to use Mag Blast until it goes in the sky. When it goes in the sky, I'm just gonna use it. It's gonna be your cue. Using. Got it. I might die from this, but I'd rather Chris get the bonus now. So the boss is, I think, technically lower than half health, so I also expect to die to this part. I didn't die to lasers, that's all that matters. As long as I live, chat, as long as I live, it doesn't matter. Alright, we're skipping straight to the final phase. That sucks. I'm definitely dead. I feel like Chris is probably gonna kill me. I'm just heal spamming and praying. Oh no! It was so close. I almost died. Alright, I'm gonna dodge Meagid. I'm gonna go near Chris. I'm gonna hide behind him and heal. Just don't shoot it. Don't shoot it yet. It's going to slice, and that'll kill me. Dang. I think because... That's unfortunate. Well, it's too late now. Might as well kill it. Goodbye, my health total. I took it in the face. I was like, Yeah, so that's pretty much guaranteed lethal damage there. Because he could do basically 1,000 damage, and then the boss is guaranteed to do 600 or more. It's kind of crazy. So I'm just going to shoot the boss so that doesn't happen again. Get out of here, boss. Now, we can't get Red Ring from this. We can get something called the DF Shield, which I think is... I'm not going to call it like the second best shield in the game, but it leads to something very interesting. I think it's the first time I've ever seen her win pose. I don't think I've ever beat Dark Falls with this character before. But I leveled. 3 attack, 4 defense, 1 accuracy. Okay. It's a pretty good level up for me. This character has tankiness issues. So 3 or 4 level ups like that, and I'm actually a decent character. Yeah, right now what's really holding her back is she should be closer to 199 attack accuracy. But she's about 15 points lower than she should be. So getting that 1 accuracy point does help, though. It translates to roughly 1% on the initial strike, increased accuracy, but after that it's like 2.5 on the second hit, and then up to 5.5, I think, on the third hit. It's rather significant how much accuracy scales with your combo. And given that I only had a 70% chance of hitting the target earlier, I could still use the benefit from another 10 accuracy or so. There we go, in under 20 minutes, beat the game. Technically. So now I need 493,000 experience, so unfortunately, I would not level up if I did that other quest. I would just be very close. Craziness. And because this character has more MST, this actually helps me with something I want to show off later. You can beat that quest like 5 times over in the time of the other one. Exactly. It also gives you more experience and you have better rare chances. So the words "not worth it" come to mind. But hey, this is going to make my life easier in the future. Every point of MST actually matters on the lower difficulties. So we're going to be taking advantage of that, I think. But not today. Today we've been defeated by the long quest. Okay, give us the A rank. You know you want to. Fine, I understand. That time I get why I got the A rank. Okay, so we're done here. Let's have a little bit of a chat, and then we will conclude the stream. What an absolute endurance run, chat. I don't think I took any breaks that entire time. That was just straight PSO. So I'm feeling it now. I'm feeling it. I should have taken probably about a 5-minute break an hour ago when we were in that other quest. But we were being held hostage, so it is what it is, I guess. Pretty much collapses. So thank you, Chris, for getting through that quest. You're much closer to leveling now, at least. Let's listen to some PSO music as we talk and chat about expectations. So Kirk, if you are available before 7 o'clock, I would be willing to start my stream even earlier just for you, Kirk, to do Streets of Rage. Speaking of which, Kirk, I have to keep an eye out for more co-op games that we could potentially do. I did have a lot of fun when you were in there with Berseria, but if there's something that's less, let's say, impacted by latency, I don't know if it'll be turn-based more, or it's just very lenient, at least, inputs, where you could kind of buffer it. It'd be fun to do again. I'm not sure. I'll leave it up to you if you want to play Streets of Rage 4 or potentially do Streets of Rage Remake via Parsec. Or just want to watch. That's also fun. Then I think because Kirk is available guaranteed, we're going to be playing at least one run of Hades. And then we'll be doing some Certain Chaos. So it'll be quite a marathon. I will make sure we take breaks in between games for sure. And other than that, I look forward to tomorrow. So I guess my overall opinion of today's stream would be we had a lot of quests. By a lot of quests, I mean that one quest was a lot of quests. But hey, we actually saw the rare boss today, and we got one of the best swords in the game. So I can't be all negative. Again, congratulations to Chris. I really hope that sword ends up really paying off. It is so good, especially for hunters, even better for forces, and still decent for rangers. There's honestly not a single character class that can't benefit from it in some way other than the faux numeral, because she literally can't wear it. Sad times. Sad times she can't use the best sword in the game. But hey, got there. You say it's now 4:03. Is that when you completely left game and then checked again? Did you then also make sure to make a game? Because just exiting to lobby is not good enough. I mean, if it kept it, I'd be happy. Okay, you closed it and it still kept it? Okay. That's fine. Hey, you're most of the way there at least. I don't know, maybe they fixed that bug. I didn't really check some of the patch notes. That was a big issue where the number of kills you had were desynced with the actual kill counter on the weapon. So the weapon would say, like, you killed 800 enemies, and then your actual kill count was like, you killed 281. You just happen to be holding the sword but didn't deal damage with it. So, hopefully that bug is fixed and it keeps it there. Because I think it was something weird, like I had to switch between blocks in order to get it to update accurately. But we'll just go forward with the assumption that because you logged off, it's okay. Maybe they did fix it. Who knows? Yeah, that made it much harder to unlock things initially, like 2 years ago. I think this one I noticed. I was like, I definitely killed 200 enemies, and it definitely only gave me credit for 80. It was kind of a noticeable difference. Just like, by a magnitude of 100 is kind of a big difference in this game. You kind of notice. You're like, I should have been done in 5 quest runs. Why do I need to do 3 more? What is happening? Yeah, it was kind of bad. But other than that, yeah, hopefully I'll have something put together a bit more formal for Thursday. I'm still gathering my thoughts on the stream retrospective as well as where we will be going in the future. Hopefully the chat likes where we're going so far. I think my overall goal for next year is to play more games that I enjoy, even if it requires replaying some of which we've seen before on stream, others we haven't. I want to kind of keep it going. I will say though, I think in terms of playing Suikoden specifically, I think I'm gonna wait till 2023, because they moved back Ayuden Chronicles, which is by the same makers of that series. So I want to give you guys kind of the perspective of what those games are like. That way we can make a very fair judgment on this game of, did it live up to the old games? Is it more of the same, which is not necessarily a bad thing, or did it improve upon it? So I think that would just be more interesting from a discussion standpoint rather than going in blind into that game. I'm hoping it'll be good. So we'll probably, that'll be our 2023 series for sure. What we do in the meantime, still kind of up in the air. And oh boy, chat, we get to talk about our favorite and least favorite moments of the year, including voting. At least I will be stating what I feel like it should be, but we'll have open opinions as to some of the best and worst different things, including things like plot, boss, music, levels, etc. And determine which one is the winner, for better or for worse. But I think for now, enough spoilers for next Thursday. It's safe to say that I'll be streaming tomorrow. I will also be streaming Friday. We will probably be playing not so much Eternia in the... We'll probably do how we split Sunday, where we do a bit of PSO and a little bit of Eternia on Saturday. That'll be, I think, the one time we violate the format, because that will be the last day that it'll be technically Christmas for purposes of the PSO event. So I kind of want to get it in there. And then that'll probably be one of the last times we play PSO.
You're
Maybe we'll
wide
play
open!
a little bit on Sunday. We'll see. Thank you, Max Solid, for following. I do appreciate it. Hope you've been enjoying the content. We had a brutal PSO quest, but we did it. We did it. We're through it. It's over. And hopefully we can show off. I think there's only a handful of characters I've not played as. That'll probably be tomorrow. Not tomorrow. That'll be on Friday night for the rest of the human characters. And then we'll just see where it goes from there. So I think with that, chat, I have nothing else to say other than thank you all for joining. And I hope you have a good day or a good night, depending on the time zone.